And the wheel turns once again. Welcome back, welcome back. See if we got some people trailing in here tonight. Excited, we're going to be doing some Atlantis, some underwater stuff. People kind of been jonesing for that. We'll see as people trickle in here. We'll give them a couple minutes, let people catch in on the live stream here, and then we'll get started tonight. Seeing Zach Series. Welcome in, welcome in. All right, I'm excited. Atlantis was a lot of fun to be playing over the last week, so I think this is going to be a good one. Hopefully everyone else has been having a good week. It has been quite the week at work for me. I'm in my busy season, and man alive is it showing, let me tell you. We had... well, I don't want to say too much, but when other departments make their emergency your emergency, that's never a pleasant Friday. I'll leave it at that. The stream is going to help wreck my sleep schedule. I am so sorry, man. I literally get off of work and race home. I shove some food in my face and go live. So this is as early as I possibly can do it, at least for now. Once things quiet down, I might explore a different time. Trip says, do you plan on including a few AI water nations? I haven't quite decided yet. My gut's telling me I want to leave it random. I don't know. We'll decide here in a minute or two when we actually roll up the map. Bruh, welcome in. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Show these land dwellers what fighting in the deep sea is like. It's like fighting on land, but a lot slower. Oh. Well, I hope everyone's been having a good week. Got a lot of decent responses from our pre-game video. It has been the most watched one within the time period of posting and the stream. So it seems like people are pretty interested in Atlantis, and I think rightfully so. I think they're probably what I would say would be the best entry point, especially in early age, for playing a water nation. And that just goes back to the simplicity of having all amphibious rather than aquatic troops. That amphibian just really simplifies things. You don't have to mess with how you're going to get those underwater troops on land, which tends to be what underwaters struggle with. Your problem isn't work. Your problem is that you haven't rushed Alteration 9 for time stop. Man, I need, like, time fast forward, not time stop, because that's just putting off the inevitable, unfortunately. Dirt Money, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see a new face. Overworked Solomon copes by ascending to supreme godhood the stream. Man, that's the goal. That's the goal, right? You know? I was actually, it's funny you say that. So when I shoved food in my mouth at work today, between putting out fires, I was thinking to myself, man, it's so much simpler if all you had to do was just claim a couple Ascension thrones, you know? Forget Google Meets, forget emergency meetings and vendor calls, and this would be so simple if we could just conquer a few thrones, you know? A question. Think underwater nations have land shanties? That's a good question. Well, what would that even sound like? Kind of like a... I don't know. You have to have like a breezy rhythm to it, maybe, you know? Or, you know, how we do our impression of somebody talking underwater and it's all, like, bubbly and whatnot? Like, what is their, like, impression of land dwellers? Like, it's really a breathy voice. Funny to think about. Bruh says, looks like I can't reliably make the stream. I got something going on in college on Saturday morning, so I hope things are going well on your part. Hey, man, you take care of college. That is your priority. Don't sweat that one bit. You know, the stream will be here. If you ever want to catch it later, it'll be here. I'm not taking it out anywhere. Unfortunately, today, I don't have any background music for us. I didn't honestly have time to find a good one that would fit and get the sound equalized. So let me know if people think that there's some dead silence moments and people don't like that. I can redouble my efforts to make sure I can have music ready. But a lot of people seem pretty meh on having the music anyways, so I could take it or leave it. Okay, let's go ahead and get started here. I think we got what we're going to get for beginning. I will throw out there, thanks to the amazing support from people, I got YouTube partnered last week. So if you have a comment that you would like called out, or I'm missing something, or you want something renamed, feel free to throw a super chat in there. Or if you have a video that's come out that you're super enjoying, maybe a super thanks would be super appreciated. My current plan is to roll anything that I get into the microphone. That is going to be my first upgrade, probably. I actually had some problems with recording this week. I couldn't tell if it was hardware related or OBS related. So the microphone is rapidly pushing itself forward in the priority list. Let's go ahead and get this map rolled up, and we'll get started here. We are going to stick with what has been the go-to for now. I really, really wish the caves would be fixed. That is my one complaint about the old donut. We'll stick it on small caves. I'm not too concerned about the underground for this one. We are going to be EA Atlantis stream. And early age. And we're going to add, I think, an extra 2. Get that donut a little healthier. And yeah, it would probably feel wrong not to put somebody underwater. Let's go. We'll go with Oceania. And everyone else, well, we'll do random land nations and then Oceania. And of course, ourselves as Atlantis. Thank you, Rot. That's very, very appreciated. The support from this community has been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing. I'm so happy to have people that are interested in sharing such a cool game. You know, it's always more fun when you can share something you enjoy with other people, I think. So, all right, Atlantis. Hopefully people watched the preview video. I'm not going to go through it here overly much. We already talked about how great it is to be amphibians, the amphibian life. Go ahead and jump in there. And as for pretenders, we are going to stick with Dark Crystal, who we kind of previewed. I quite like this guy. As discussed in the pre-show video, tried some weightless stuff, tried some reinvig stuff, wasn't super impressed with it, and this was okay. I don't think this is like the definitive god by a long shot. If our non-cap only mages were sacred, I do think this would be very, very good. But with the fact that they're cap only, the caster buffs that we have on here is really only for our kings and queens, so it's whatever. But we're already imprisoned. We already have amazing scales, so it's not like we went out of our way to grab this bless or anything. Atlantis will endure for 10k more years and nothing will go wrong, such as a giant asteroid headed for our capital city. No, totally fine. Don't worry about that. The soothsayers and fortune tellers are all just mad fools from Riley. Don't even worry about it. Ice froggies. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and roll that in there. We're going to be the Dark Crystal. Renaming allowed. We're gonna put the story events on. Hopefully it will be like last week and we won't have some horrendous cult activity like we had in our Formoria game. That was quite annoying. We're going to stick with our 8 points. This is just really working well for streams. But I think because we added extra nations, I am going to go up to 10 this week. Try to get that. Another thing I've noticed about the donut is, just like with the caves, it tends to like to kind of group thrones. One of my test games for next week's nation, I had one underwater, one underground, and all the other thrones were like crammed in the northern like part of the map. It was very annoying. Hopefully we will not get a repeat of that. I wish there was a setting here for like ensure spaced out or something along those lines, but it is what it is. It's not going to be the end of the world. I'd like to petition for lore-accurate struggle between Atlantis and the friendly neighborhood Aboleth. Praise be their benevolence. I don't think I have the oomph in me tonight to fight early age Riley. Yeah, that's... both playing and fighting them underwater is quite the slog. Quite the slog. Ice Atlantis is depression. Yes, it is. And that reminds me, I need to pop this chat out so that I can see it better on my tiny little square monitor. Number 2 probably on the list of things to upgrade. My old man eyes can't see it if I don't make the chat big. All right. Let's see how we do. Hopefully we get a decent starting location. All right, well, I don't see an enemy capital, so I'm already pretty happy with that. I think I showed it off in the video, but it sucks if you have like an enemy capital directly next to yours, because they're sooner or later their dominion just spreads down underwater, and it's annoying to get it out. Like, you really have to kind of like work at that. I was actually really close to getting cap killed with dominion in one of my test games that I was running with lower dominion. There's a I don't know it off the top of my head, but there's a calculation the game makes that's supposed to make it hard for Dominion to jump from land to water and water to land. And it does do that, but it seems like once it's like spilled, like the floodgates are open and it just pours through there. Waiting for the fire giants to immediately show up. Yeah, I would believe it. I mean, they have water, right? So they could forge water-breathing items. All right, let's go ahead and get our Dominion candles turned on like we've been doing. We're definitely going to want to keep an eye on that. We went with very high Dominion, so we kind of want to try to push it out a little bit because it's going to take a while to fill up. So if we can get some early Dominion spread, that would sure be nice. We have our original leader. I really debated whether I want to prophetize him or whether I want to try to get a Basalt Queen for a Holy 4. And I think we're going to prophetize the starting commander. Holy 4 is nice. And as I always say, I didn't really have any morale issues on expansion with these guys. Morale 14 on this guy and morale 15 on this guy. And that's probably going to be most of our expansion troops are these two. I know now that we're on stream, we'll probably have some weird morale route. But I feel like getting the early prophet out and just getting those extra Dominion rolls for being a prophet is more valuable. Plus, having our holy spells available with our mage buff makes them pretty potent. So we're going to go that route, and we can always find a way to be rid of this man if need be. Let's also, since this has kind of been what we've been doing the last couple of weeks, I'm going to pick somebody that's been chatting that hasn't had a turn yet. Sergeant Footlock, welcome in. I missed your chat earlier. Zaxxes, I think we're going to go with you since you were first today. Just randomly, that's going to be my decision. So far, renamed commanders have not made it through the Ascension Wars. So good luck. Good luck. If you die, we will save a place for you on the watery golden throne. Forever may you be happy there. Go ahead and get our scout set up. Let's see. I think we'll go ahead and we'll just double check. Well, this is also another consideration. Being amphibious on Atlantis, there's some strong incentive to consider trying to make landfall relatively early. Because if you wait until the land nations have already gotten them and possibly dug in, it can be a little difficult. Like, you probably need to get troops to have shields. You probably need a different magic than what you're going to want to use underwater. So grabbing some early land is not a bad idea, especially if you have something that lets you reach a throne. Like, this isn't going to be a problem because we can always come up from the shore if we need to. But if we have a throne like over here, it would be nice to touch the throne early rather than have to chew through somebody to get there. That all being said, though, I think we're just going to check here. This would be my preference since we have some Dominion. We'll get the extra morale for our troops for fighting in our Dominion. Let's check Mercs. We have the Shipwreckers. Interesting. Those actually would not be bad for us. 250. 250. That's... Another thing about Atlantis is because we can expand with these troops that have very low or even just one resource, we can spend as much money as we want every turn, basically. So you really have to make a call, like, do we want to spend 250 on these guys, or would we prefer to get an extra, I don't know, 10 troops? And I think the answer is we want to try the bid. This will keep somebody else out of the ocean. We'll go up just a little bit. If we get lucky and we get them, that would be great. If we fail, we can just spend the money next turn. So it's not the end of the world either way. For our starting army, we have just generic spearmen with the shark skin armor. They're okay. They're not great. And we have deep ones. Deep ones are better. I quite like the deep ones. Of the two, though, between the normal deep one and the deep one with spear, I would say the spear is probably the better buy because it's length 3. The big problem that your Shamblers of the Deep and your deep ones have is they have good attacks, good attack density, good damage, but they're length 0. And if we bump into something here that has spears, we're going to feel that. So I think we're going to try to go with the deep one spearmen until we get low-ish on resources, and then we will grab... I think we'll just grab some deep ones because that's what we already have. And we'll just balance this out until we spend as much as possible right there. So, oh, but we also need to get something up here. Research is very important for Atlantis. We have a lot of spells that we can cast that are good, but they're in a lot of different places. Plus, our mage here is guaranteed to be useful underwater. So having some early mages that could help your expansion can be quite valuable if you run into a province that you're having trouble with, like some sort of underwater knight unit or something with a lot of poison barbs. That being said, getting some early scouts out also is pretty good. I think this time around we're gonna go with the scouts this time around and really get some good vision going. Yeah, let's go that route. As for research, let's see what we got. Pretty big spread. That's kind of whatever. We got extra and enchantment. Water shield's not the worst thing. I really don't want my mages in melee though, so not really pushing for that. I think I am going to go with the classic water power summon lesser water elemental as our opening. That just really gives us some buffer if we get in a bad situation super early. And then we also need to make sure we have Water Strike, which we do because we started with 1 evocation. This also gives us a lot of good spells for fighting on land, so always a nice one. I think if we didn't start with Evo 1, I'd probably go Evo 1 and then Conj 3 as just my generic opening. And then after that, I don't think we want Thaumaturgy. We have to go too deep into that to really get much. Yeah, I'm not feeling that one. Enchantment, no. I think we're going to go for Voice of Tiamat right off the bat. So we're going to go all the way to straight at Water Elementals. Voice of Tiamat is a really, really good remote search spell. All of our normal mages can cast it. In fact, I think all of our mages can cast it, guaranteed. For 8 water gems, which we'll have plenty of, and it searches for all elemental sites. That's going to make our site searching very painless. So we're going to go, I think, directly up to 5, and then we'll reevaluate, but just for now, I'm going to queue up some construction, just in case we forget. Okay, we renamed our prophet, we made a prophet, we did recruitment, we tried to hire some mercs, we set up our research. Let's go ahead and roll that turn. 18 minutes! All right, new record for turn 1. Good there. What is the shortcut for the Dominion candles? Good question. That is Control F brings up this menu for map filters. And if you're very new to the game, I would also probably turn on Income Box and Impassable Borders. Impassable Borders will show you areas where like flying units can travel. There'll be like gray dotted lines, and that can be kind of handy to see if you're not used to like just mentally kind of calculating that. And the income boxes look like this, and sometimes I play with them, sometimes I don't. They're nice because they can help catch your eye to areas that have unusually high money. That's usually what I'm looking for. But I feel like on stream it's already hard to read, so I've lately not been doing that while streaming, just sticking to the candles. Vincineer, welcome in, welcome in. Voice of Tiamat Underwater is a budget version of Akashic Knowledge. Yes, it is. Akashic Knowledge is a little harder to cast because it's astral. If you're underwater, you probably have good water magic, so it's just a very, very universal spell for fighting underwater. All right, let's go ahead and pile up our guys here. Do we want to mix and match? I don't think these guys have a combat speed difference. No, they're the same speed. So really it doesn't matter, but we'll put the guys that have slightly better armor in front, and we will do no reason to hold this group really. Well, we can cast holy spells. We'll hold an attack closest. Hold an attack closest, and we need a line. And nice and close. And we will give ourselves some courage, and then I'll let him decide what to do. That way we'll have at least a little bit of extra morale if need be. I would say that I wish the AI was a little more aggressive with their sermons of courage. Maybe Holy 2s do that because they really don't have as many options, but Holy 3s really don't seem to like to cast that, even when I feel like it's a good choice. Let's get one of these guys up on land, and we'll have the other guy go the other way. Oof. Not the best thing. Amber Clan Tritons are one of the things that we struggle with. The combination of the length 3, decent protection, and poison really hurts us. That is not a good one for us. Shamblers, we will smash that. There's probably a caster or something here because that's so light. And some Triton Troopers, that's at least not so bad. I think we will go for the easier one, and we will double check and see what that is. Not too bad. Have some kelp forest over here. That could be kind of nice. That has high income. So maybe second fort could go here. Not seeing any enemy dominion candles on land. Also good to not see. Oh, we got one on this side though. So we probably have somebody right here if I had to guess. That's all right. Not super duper close. And we'll do some recruit. This time around I do want to get the mages started. Last week especially, man, we were really struggling with Orcacephali and getting research. It was like year 2 before our research really got going. And I feel like that game could have ended sooner had we got that up and running. Knowing that we have those amber guards down here, we're going to need something that has a spear. I would prefer to expand with Shamblers of the Deep. They are my preference, but I don't feel like they're going to do well. I know they won't do well against those guys. So we need to probably go Deep One Spearman, War Shambler, or maybe even Warrior of the Deep. We need something with a length 3 weapon. I think that's just has to happen. 6 resources. It's probably this guy. We don't need the magic spear that the deep ones have. Yeah, I think we'll start with these guys. And we'll only get so many of them as we need to take those first couple provinces. We're going to need a couple turns of recruitment, unless the numbers here are super duper small. In fact, I'm so nervous about that. I think instead of going on land, I'm actually going to scout both of those and just see if we can get better counts on those numbers. I really don't want to faceplant into like 100 Triton or Amber Guards. That would definitely kill an expansion party. Yeah. And we did not win those mercs. They went to Baratos. Good on them. And we're not on land, so we can't bid on any of the air breathers. So that is that for now. All right, let's go ahead and roll that turn there. Since we have no natural cavalry, do you plan on using indie horsemen like generic heavy cab once we make land, or we go without? It really just depends. With Atlantis in early age, if we build a coastal fort, we can recruit these reef dwellers, and they're okay. But other than them, we cannot recruit any of our own troops on land. And if we're not coastal, we can't even recruit these guys. So we may end up having to get indies of whatever flavor's available. It really depends. If we're running away underwater, we may just have the money and infrastructure to just pour out of the ocean, and we can kind of ignore the land stuff. But there's a distinct possibility that that will not be the case. All right, we're seeing 50 and 30, so blue water should be our first target down here. And then let's get up on land and start figuring out what's going on up there. I think I would prefer near my capital to start with. And let's see how the first expansion party went. We already got the spoiler, so we know it's a win. Let's just see by how much. All right, so we just have normal shamblers, so very similar troops to what we can do, but I feel like our guys are better. We got the armor and the spear, so maybe we can see how bad the... All right, just want to see what the repels looked like. All right, so he was repelled. Yeah, he hit. And we missed, okay. Over here, he hit us. We tried to repel. He missed, okay. Unfortunately, these guys only have attack 9, so they're not the best repellers. But our better troops will have at least attack 10. They'll be a lot better at that. Yeah, so pretty brutal combat. I tend to find underwater is super brutal. Like, I'm waiting for the blood DLC when Winter gets around to releasing that, and you just see this cloud of blood bubbling up from every province because we just get in there and we shank the bejeebus out of each other underwater. Those landlubbers are just, they're so soft and squishy, they don't even know what they're getting into when they come down here. All right, well, we didn't get routed, so good start, team. We'll start with 6. We may go up to 10. I tend to find underwater also has a lot of, like, indie attack events, like krakens and octopi and stuff. So I'd prefer to go up to 10 because I think that'll knock some more of those off the random event table. 10 defense, that is, here. But until we know what our money's looking like, I'm going to hold off. Grab another Mage of the Deep. All right, then we have to decide where we'd like to go. So we got 30, 30. I think if these are the same, this one's in our cap circle, and it already has our Dominion, so this will be our next target. Maybe we can also get into Blue Beauty and go for a super early fort. I would quite like that. From that combat, actually, before we move on, we lost 3 guys, so not bad. Not bad at all. All right. Go with the safer one there. And then the question comes, actually, do we need a leader to lead troops over here rather than a mage? I think we're going to need 3 turns of these guys if we're going to make an attempt on these. So I think we will wait 1 more turn. We'll get a leader and a scout, or 2 leaders maybe. And then the next turn we can move out. We're going to take a lot of casualties in these fights. This is going to be rough. Depending on where our research ends, I may even send a mage with them just to help. We rolled a really good one here, too. We got Astral. I would quite like to get out and do a little early site searching. Even though we're going to get Voice of Tiamat, that does not find Astral. And getting out there and doing some Astral searching, just to have a few pearls coming in, would just really be nice. In case we need to break in case of emergency and do some sort of bootleg communions or something. All right, we'll grab some more of these guys. We are out of money, so I'm not going to go up to 10. Just double check. Swimming, man. Ooh. These are just merfolk. They're not the best. They would basically just be fodder for us. That said, we'd only have one other person who could bid on them because they are underwater only. Alternatively, if they just sit here, their costs will come down if no one hires them. I think we'll wait a turn or 2, and we'll see if they get nabbed. And if they don't, we'll bid on the lowered cost. That could be a mistake, though, because our underwater competition might nab those up. But I think I'm willing to risk that one. All right, we will head that way with the scout. We're going land. We're going land. I think we're ready to go there. Atlantis, with At its heart, a large crystal. Should we name one of the explorers Milo? We could definitely do that. Apparently, in earlier units could fly underwater to simulate water being a 3D space. Interesting. I only started playing at the tail end of 4, and yeah, I don't think that was the case in there, but I definitely could be wrong about that. All right, we'll take this guy. We can make the name request, Milo. There you go. Good luck, buddy. You're a scout. You'll probably survive. Coral Barb gang rises up. Dude, it's going to be brutal. I am not looking forward to that fight. We're going to have casualties just piling up. All right. Roos. Oh, man, we've got quite the competition. Let's check our battle before we spoil it for ourselves, and then we'll look at the competition. Should be pretty interesting. Oh, let's see. So, Underwater Cav, I find is actually pretty decent. They tend to not have very good armor on their mounts, though. So that's a major weak point. Although this guy, 2 attacks is very nice on a mount. Slap you with his flipper. I also tend to find underwater, a lot more things end up flanking you. So if you're not used to playing underwater, make sure you're watching your flanks, because things like to sneak around and start poking your leadership. It is not super uncommon, I would say, that happens. Triton troopers. So these guys have coral spears and barbs. Note that they are aquatic, so aquatic troops in the very, very general sense are a little better than amphibious troops because they're specialized. So we can see here, this is a pretty decent stat line for a very generic troop. But, you know, the counterbalance of that is, what do you do once you conquer the ocean? Because you're not going to win the game by staying underwater. Mace Man, good to see you make it in. How'd your Yomi game end up? Did you manage to finish that? Milo sent from Atlantis to search for lost thrones. How the tables have turned. Hard to armor swimming horses. You're just not trying hard enough. We could make some sort of, like, shrimp armor. It could happen. Crab armor. Alright, so far so good. We didn't have any bounces or embarrassing morale losses on turn 1, so hooray. Let's take a peek at our competition here. So Ermor, representing again now that I put them on blast. Sarmatia, Marvarni, Mictland. We quite smacked them last week, gave them a bloody lip, that's for sure. Baratos we already kind of knew. We got Roos, Oceania that we picked, and ourselves. So, a decent mix here. Ironically enough, no giants. Yeah, no giants this week. That's weird. That's been a staple of every stream, I feel. Alright, before we forget, let's get our scouts moving out. Here's some enemy domain popping in. So they're somewhere over here. Militias, heavy cav, and light cav. That's doable. That'd be a little painful. We could make fall here. I tend to find that because we have to use indies, I'm much more interested in what is in provinces. Like right here, Amazons are not a bad troop, and Jade Maidens give us a mage that we can recruit above water. We cannot recruit our mages above water. So you can feel that limiting factor. When you're rolling in the money and you'd love to just pour it all into mages, you may not have the option to do that, depending on how your infrastructure looks underwater. Oh, and we found who got the mercenaries. Shipwreckers are down here wrecking ship. I would be happy fighting Baratos because he doesn't naturally have troops down here. So I'm fine with that. We'll take that whenever we feel like it. Now the question is, though, okay, Beauty is what I would like to take. 40 mermen versus, what do we have left? 22 units. We may have taken enough attrition that we cannot do that. Let's make a bid on Swimming Men this turn. You can see the price has already gone down 25 gold. We'll just throw a few extra coins there. We'll make a bid there and see if we get them. And then this guy's going to go home and have to pick stuff up, unfortunately. Unless we can do something on land. No, not with 90 troops there. That's too much. Not a good expansion. You really don't want to have to turn around like this, but it is what it is, so. I do not want a chance losing my profit, just trying to be prideful and doing a fight I know I'm going to lose. So we don't need extra leadership because he's coming back. Let's grab... Kind of thinking of Mother of the Deep. That would give us another Sermon of Courage, and then what I really want this one for is to build our first fort. If I did that, I would probably want to go back to Beauty, though. And I really think I want to finish my cap circle first. So maybe we don't. Maybe we hold off and we just grab another mage. Our money is pretty low because we bid on that. That's so low we're not going to be able to get that. Maybe we go down to Coral Priest then. Use those. They're mainly going to be fort builders. Maybe a little bit of preaching, but they can only preach to one unless we build a temple. So not going to be helpful at the moment. We could go extra scouts. We could grab some leadership. Maybe we grab one leader even though we're turning around. Just because we can't afford anything else. And he can chill here and then bring reinforcements up to the front in the future. And then as for fighting these guys... I think we're going to go up in expense. We're going to grab some deep ones just because they are much better now that we actually have some resources. We're going to be money confined. And they're the same cost as these junkier troops. They just have a much higher resource and actually same recruitment. So just resource cost. We'll grab some of those to just bolster the line a little more. Over here. Keep looking. We have not seen our other underwater buddy yet. So he must be in this cross section. Alright, just checking on chat before I roll that because I saw that was moving quite a bit. In Middle Age, Atlantis gets the lobster riders. Yes, yes, they do. And act like heavy cav. Yeah, they're really slow though, if I remember right. So just something to keep in mind about those. Maceman says, regarding his Yomi game, not done yet, but going well. I love the strength of the super combatants. 5 destroy enemy armies of hundreds. Though I think fear and awe is wasted overall. It's hard to say on those. I like the fear-awe combo, but if I remember right, you said you took extra fear. And with the way they changed fear in this one, I feel like it's better to have multiple small sources of fear than like one really big one. But I have not extensively tested that. Middle Age Atlantis, so much fun. Yeah. Yeah, the coastal land mages really help in Middle Age. They also get some sort of troop too, don't they? They have like pikemen or something. Something they can get above water that's okay. They're not good, but they're okay. Super Mew Kitty Cat says, I made a mod and put Hulk as a god with trample, and he eats people, then tramples, then digests and heals. That's pretty good. I thought priests could preach to double they can preach to double their level if they're at a temple. If they're not at a temple, you can only preach up to your level. And everything I own is already at level 1 at the moment. That's how I thought it worked. Yeah, it's double plus 1 with temple. Yeah, if you don't have a temple, it's just to your level, I believe. Maybe I'm off on that. Maybe Maceman's correct, but I'd have to double check that. Do we sell us in game? You're not a holy unit, so of course you can't preach. You are correct. The Dominion strength can be increased to a maximum equal to twice the level of the priest plus 1 if temple is present. Thank you for the correction, Maceman. Do not want to give people incorrect information there. Okay, let's combine our weaker troops. Our newer guys have the same speed, luckily. Because these guys have the shields, I think we will make them the front row. So they will probably take some attrition, but, you know, it is what it is. We're underwater, man. It's knives out. There's no way around that. And we'll do our same hold and attack closest. We're going to continue, I think, with the cap circle. Although I am kind of tempted by this because this looks doable. But I think cap circle is more important. We really want to get that cash flow up so we can start getting our cap-only mages and prep to... Oh, nice, we got our mercs. And prep to try to get an early fort if we can. All right, do we think that Triton troopers can take these guys? I do think they can. So you stay behind your troops. I don't know why you're in a dumb formation like that. And there's no reason to hold on this because they don't have any magic or anything. So we'll suicide them in there. Hopefully they'll win, and if they don't, well, that sucks. Back here, I think we will grab leadership and a priest. And probably stick with Warriors of the Deep. I really would prefer Shamblers, but like I said, we're going to get eaten alive by those coral armors with our length 0 weapons. So at least until we've cleared this cap circle, I think we're going to stick with things that have spears. Once we have these, then we'll reevaluate. I would much prefer the cheaper Shamblers, though. Yeah. How are we doing on research? 32 a month. Not the best, not the worst. Almost through Conj 1, which gives us summon water power. So once we have Conj 1, I feel like we could send a mage to go help. In fact, we could send one right now. I am super worried about how much attrition we're going to take here. If I sent this guy, he could site search. Water 3 would be pretty good too. He could blap all day. I think I am going to send the Water 3. I think we are going to go with that. So we're going to want to advance and cast spells. I'm not going to be able to program summon water power because I don't have it researched yet. Let's give him a couple water gems, and we'll tell him to conserve those, and then we can do water elementals for this fight, which is the bigger of the two. I like that idea. Do that. Let's make sure he's not doing something dumb. So stay behind here. One nice thing about underwater is, at least in the early age, there's no archers. So you don't have to worry about getting archers shot up if you're close to your front line. All right, and we did defense there. Attacking. Move our scouts. Oh, Marvani. Not the worst. I don't mind them as neighbors. We are a pretty decent matchup. They have, if they awaken tattoos, it gives their troops invulnerability, but we have magic weapons, so we can just bypass that entirely. So that's a pretty good matchup for us. Having magic weapons on cheap troops is so nice. That really adds a lot of, like, targets that are good for us that other people wouldn't like to fight. Like, if we ended up with Therados, we would eat them alive, because they have 0 protection, and they rely on being ethereal ghosts, and our magic weapons don't care about that at all. Alright. Still not seeing our water friend. That's interesting. Hopefully they are having horrible expansion. I wish them the worst. We'll get another scout moving out. We'll head this way. Maybe we can find them. There's another kelp forest I would love to take. Alright, see what people are saying here. No, you are right, Sergeant Footlock. I did say that incorrectly. The in-game tooltip is correct. I wanted to add Black Panther Machaca with stealth and super combat too. Maceman says I took the extra fear and awe out of helmet, and I'm at fear 15, but no one ran. Yeah, they changed how fear works in 6, so you really need multiple sources, like adding some terror or panic or just lots of little fear auras to get it to stack up. Like, having one super scary guy isn't as good as it was in 5. Research mod. Have I thought about it? No, it's basically the short answer. I'm not really looking at adding in any mods at the moment. Because I'm kind of geared towards showing off new things to newer players, I don't want to add mods because I feel like it adds confusion. Me as a content consumer, I hate it when people are running mods on new player guides because I tend to want to play vanilla before I add mods in. Once I do start modding, it ends up like RimWorld where I'm running like 500 mods. So it's not that I'm against mods or anything, but just not for what I'm doing at the moment, at least. All right, let's see how we did. This is going to be... Okay, this is our main army. Hopefully we have a good outcome here because I'd like to be able to push on. And there's Water Strike already going off. Water Strike is so good underwater. Well, duh. Has to be cast underwater, but it's an area of effect 1 spell that you can cast really efficiently with your casters. It's kind of inaccurate, but once our lines connect, he'll start getting hits here. It's kind of like having a little mortar back here, popping shots off. Come on, buddy. Get a good one for us. You're on camera. There we go. Yeah. Killed 2 and probably crippled this guy. Oh, no, didn't cripple him. Gave him profuse bleeding for some reason. Yeah, this is such a good... And if he had done summon water power, he'd be a water 4. He could just do that for days. He would never tire out. Deleted a whole square there. So if you're ever in worry as Atlantis, your mages got you covered. And next battle, we will probably queue in those water elementals, and we can see what those do. And spoilers, they'll probably do really well. Unless these are magic weapons. No, they're not. Alright, let's go back up to normal speed here. You can see, though, like, our troops are really struggling. Like, we are not getting troop kills like we did in those other fights. Our kills are mostly coming from water. Please don't hit our own troops, buddy. I'm glad I brought him. I don't know if we would have won that without him, frankly. Alright. Well, we made it. Let's see what the damage is. We lost 7. That's acceptable. If we didn't have those spears, though, I would have expected at least double the casualties, because we would have poisoned ourselves just horrendously. Alright, and let's check our mercs. If they could take this, I would be very happy with the, what did we pay? 230 gold? Something like that. And I feel like the odds are decent. These guys are completely unarmored. They have a coral spear. We have the same spear, but we're wearing armor, which gives us the barbs, so I think we're going to win this one pretty handily. But you can see, I mean, look, see what I'm saying about, like, the knives come out, man. Look at that. You have to imagine, like, on the shore, like, you're just down at the beach, like, chilling, and all of a sudden just hundreds of merman bodies come to the surface in, like, these waves of blood. No wonder everyone's tired of the deep sea. It'd be horrific. Do not take your date to the sea. No beach dates. Stay away. Okay, we are going to do the next one. This has even more of those guys, and, you know, we already took some attrition. So we are definitely happy that we are going to be able to do... Why do we not have that? Did I miscalculate that? Oh, it's a level 2. Shoot. Shoot, I got ahead of myself. I'm so excited. We were only finishing level 1. Okay, well, he can't do our cool summoning, but that's okay. We still need the water strike. And I think I am actually going to let him just use those gems if he wants to, too. Because I am super worried about this fight. In fact... Yeah, I am that worried. I'm going to send our other mage. I'm going to have both of them help with this fight. This will help us finish off our cap circle, which is super important to do. And then on this side, get that. We're going to save up a little bit because our forts are expensive, 1,200. And we will have these guys start heading over. Yeah. Now, do we attack Baratos' underwater stuff? Did he lose those? He still has them. I don't think I want to poke that yet. I don't have to do it, so we won't. But I definitely am going to take these. Like, I'm not going to let him sit on that. All right, and keep scouting. Because we are imprisoned, we actually don't get that early event that shows you where all the thrones are. So I'm actually scouting 4 thrones. I'd like to know where my victory is. I really, really try, even in single player, but especially in multiplayer or on stream, to know what my plays are. So right now we have 1, 2 underwater, which is super good because land nations will really struggle to take those off of us. So we only need to get 2 from land, and we have 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. So we have plenty of options. Although I note this one does not have sea access, so we need to get on land to take that one. So we got a pretty nice throne placement this week. All right, this guy, I'm going to do the same thing. He gets a couple water gems, and then we can advance cast spells. Do we have anything else I would want to script? Not really. I guess we could have this guy cast Twist Fate, but I don't think he's going to get to the point he's under attack. We don't have Ethereal or anything. Earth Grip, no. Nope, that's it. And then let's just make sure he's in a good spot. Yep. Alright, so we moved our scouts, we moved our army, we moved our mercs. We started moving up people who are going to help us build our first infrastructure. Let's check our recruitment. I would really like to get a Basalt Queen out just to help with our preaching. But she would be most of our money at this point. Ditto with the king. We could barely afford 1 king. I think we're going to continue with on the cheap for now. But very soon, hopefully. Actually, hold on. Before I pick what we're going to do, what are we fighting next? More Amber Clan. Oh, man. That is rough. These guys are over here. Yeah, Baratos, I do not like that, man. We're going to have to fight sooner than I would have otherwise wanted to. You've just taken too much of my territory. Yeah, I think we're going to have to stick with spears. I really, really would prefer just the Shambler of the Deep for the 3 attacks, but these guys aren't bad. They hit hard, they have decent attack. Not like we're really constrained on the resources either. So, I guess our other option would be these guys. We could get double the amount. Maybe that is the play. Maybe we go with those, because we don't really need the shield particularly. Yeah, look how many more of these we can get. Yeah. Deep one has to shank a fool, I think, is our plan. And we're going to have leadership here, so they can either go out on their own, or they can reinforce, depending on what we're seeing. Our mages are scripted. I think that's good. Just double check, make sure somebody's not yelling at me here in all caps. Okay, not seeing anything that looks too bad. Let's roll that while I look. Conjuration 2. Yeah, I knew that. I was just too excited. I thought we were getting 2. You don't understand how excited I am about summon water power and water elementals. How do ranged weapons work underwater? They normally don't. So, as a generic rule, if you bring just any old archer underwater, they don't work. There are exceptions, though. Theratos' ghost archers work because they don't, I don't know, they don't realize they're ghosts. They think they're normal, but can go underwater. I don't know. They just believe really, really hard. So they work underwater, although they at least did in 5. I shouldn't say that definitively because I haven't seen them in 6, but I can't believe that would have changed. And then there's some people later on who invent like underwater crossbows. I'm trying to think who it is. I don't think it's Atlantis. Is it the incest mermaids? It might be the incest mermaids that invent underwater crossbows. And it's a big deal because most things underwater don't wear helmets and shields. So you're very effective with those units. Are we going to try to summon one of the giant fish we get? I would love to. Those guys they're actually pretty decent. And there's a big feeling of satisfaction when one of those like eats somebody's thug or expensive mage. Swallow Whole is such a good attack. Seems like it'd be helpful. It is. They're pretty high though. Yeah, let's just look. So summon. Whoops. Monsterfish is at 6. We're going to go to 5 pretty quick, but I'm not going to push all the way to 6. That's quite a big research bump. We definitely could come back for it, though. Because once I have the voice of Tiamat, we're going to do our site searching. Once we've done our site searching, we're looking at getting on land already. And being on land, I probably would like to get into our acid spells, which means I need to go up into evocation. And pretty deep, because I'd like to get up to like Acid Storm or Acid Rain at least. Falling Frost is another one that we easily can cast. And these spells will decimate things. Like, very powerful. Very powerful. So, we got to kind of move along on that. We may also have to get some some alteration. We do have Earth Magic, so we have good buffs there. And Thaumaturgy level 2 is also not bad once we start getting out Kings, because we can get Fire 2s, and I really like this spell. Battle Fury and its bigger versions, I feel really, really helped out the Fire paths. Because before, Fire could do basically nothing except for throw fire damage. And having a buff spell really helps those guys. And it's a good one. Like, +2 attack is great. It's absolutely great. So, I quite like that spell. Hopefully we didn't see any spoilers, and let's check our fights. A Fomorian king walking out of the water seems pretty scary. Yeah, I think if you live in the world of Dominions, anything coming out of the water is pretty scary. Oh, nice hit. Nice hit. It came to the wrong reef, boys. Yeah. I think that'd be like the name of like our Atlantean gang would be like the Reef Boys. Anemones Anonymous. Every throne is an underwater throne now that we got Lost Lands. True, true. I have not cast that yet. That's a spell that's hard to get to, so the chances of me doing that on streams, at least the way I'm currently doing them, is pretty low. But yeah, I'm super excited for that because I feel like there's a path to victory for people who are aquatic only, and it's literally that spell. Like, you rush that spell, and you drowned all the thrones, and that's how you win. This went pretty well. This went pretty well. I'm glad I brought up the extra mage support. Yeah, they use Gastrofets. I think I'm saying that right. Which I think is a crossbow fired from the belly. The incest mermaids, yep. You know, there you go. Did you think you were going to say incest mermaids when you woke up this morning? All right, let's see. This is our Merc group. I think we'll win this, but I think this is going to be high casualty. Again, having the spears. Let's just see what things are doing here. So he misses us. We missed him. He gets repelled. He gets repelled. He missed. Yeah, this is my experience with Shamblers. If things have spears and a decent attack value, they really struggle to not get repelled because they don't have the highest protection. So they're going to just keep getting poked over and over again. And look at all that poison that's going off from our Coral Spears. So Coral Spears is a pretty hard counter to things that only have range 0 attacks. That was really good. I actually thought we were going to take way more attrition there. And we have an unexpected event. We had a lightning strike underwater somehow, and we found some air gems. Cool. All right, let's get some defense there so I don't forget. And our throne over here, 370 units, mostly slave troops, Shambler thralls, Triton knights, Triton troopers, and a mind lord. Yeah, totally doable. We'll definitely be able to take that fight. We're gonna want magic for that. We're definitely gonna want like full-size water elementals at the least before we do that. But totally doable. All right, now you guys, yeah, you're aquatic only. You cannot go on land. So we either attack Baratos or we turn around. Do I want to kick that off? Maybe. Our second army is going to be here. Maybe we continue with the mages to here. That's another 50 of those guys. That sucks. Taking 2 mages out early like this, I mean, this is fine. Like, I need to expand, so I need to do it. But it stinks that we're losing out on 30 research. But otherwise, I'd almost say I have to avoid this for now. We would need overwhelming numbers, and even then, like, we're kind of sort of risking our profit. And I don't try to get them killed. You have to believe me on that. It just happens. All right, I think one more turn of recruitment here, and then we will roll out. Oops, not her. Oh, hold on. We need to save money because we need to buy expensive infrastructure. It is delete, by the way, when you want to cancel all of your recruitment at once. Thank you to the person who reminded me of that. Very helpful. All right, so we need 1,200 gold next turn. So let's say we need 500. So we could spend 200 this turn, give or take. A little too pricey there. Maybe we grab a holy 2? Sure. Or we could get troops. Maybe the troops are probably better. So we'll grab some cheap scouts. So that's 70 gold. Just that. I want to make sure I get that. I don't feel like actually doing the math like you definitely should. All right, scout continues on. Then we have to decide what to do with our mercs. We also need to repay them, and I'm just not going to save that money this turn. Or do I? I feel like getting the scouts out, since we can't get another recruit anyways. What would we do with these guys? We couldn't move them either. So what would they do? We win them and I guess attack Baratos? Maybe that is worth it. Maybe that is worth it. So we will take them and rebid. Hopefully, I'm not going to bid too much on that. Hopefully we will win it. And if we win them, they could take this, they could take that. And then this army can take this and this. And kick them out of our waters. Which, speaking of which, okay, here we go. Here's some enemies. So their capital must be right here, because we've searched almost everything else. Unless they're in an underwater cave? Did we roll an underwater cave? I don't think so. I definitely turned them on, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, Oceania. Huh. I'm shocked they're doing this bad if they really are right here. That's not what I was expecting, to be honest. Okay, so assuming we win these guys, they are attacking here. I think we are kicking it off. Get out of my ocean. Oh, look at this guy. Nice. 2 fire, 2 water. Good pathing. Lot of spells to cast with that. Can this guy roll out? What would he take? Maybe this, maybe that. 60. He probably couldn't do that alone, but he could combine with that army. So I do think he rolls out. I don't want him just sitting here patrolling. That's not the most helpful thing ever. So these guys will attack closest, attack closest. And we need... Oh, he's not... Yeah, that's the problem with these Shambo leaders. They're not good enough leaders to give you formations. Which, yeah... I really like formations in general, and I doubly like them on us because I want to use that attack density to our advantage. And we're not really able to do that if we can't get out of box formation. Right. We'll move up there. They'll continue on. He's going to stay in research. Checked our events. Shamblers do be shambling. Rolling out with the Bubble Wizard money game. That sounds like that's like our rap group is the Bubble Wizard Money Gang. Big old like necklace with those glass bubbles on it. This prophet dies. I volunteer to be the next. All right, let's see how we did. Werewolf fish prophet, please don't bring that energy onto this. I am still flabbergasted and traumatized by our Fomorian king prophet in his first fight becoming a werewolf, causing us all kinds of problems. That was, and the fact that we even got rid of the dumb thing and got it back from the Indies, like that thing was truly cursed. We get now the deep sea with this one. All right, nice job. And I'm not expecting this to be a loss. It's just a matter of how many casualties we take. We're hoping for good water strikes. Okay, we got a hit. How much HP do these have? 13, wow. So there's a guy out there with 1 HP left. Okay, good job, guys. They hit everything at least, including our own troops. Yep, here comes the flank. Yeah. Ooh, this is not looking good. Okay, getting some morale breaks. I'm going to give this to our mages, assuming we don't break here. This is really close. Earth Grip, interesting choice. I'm surprised he would do that because he has such higher water that his water spells are worth less fatigue. He seems to really be into that, and he's not hitting. Oh, we break. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And our prophet's not fast. And he's dead. Wow. Double mage support and a prophet, and we got killed. Let's see how many guys that actually was. Yikes, yikes. So that was 58 versus 38, but we had double mages and a holy 3, and we still lost that to Amber. That is rough. That is really rough. And then Baratos takes it. They're like, thanks, guys. Very cool. All right, well, painful. Where are we at? Turn 8. Okay, we're not nearly as far as I thought we were. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So not too bad. Not great, but not too bad. And then over here, we want to start our rock wall. And then he can preach for a couple turns. And then we're going to need a new actual leader. And if I'm doing that, I think I'm going to grab 2. And then troops. All right, this guy is going to take Baratos. If nothing else, at least we can take his places and get the income that way. Let's actually up this one. Whatever we can afford. Man, that's painful. At least one of our mages got away. All right, back home, buddy. Keep our scouts moving. Okay. I am super duper sane, right? Oceania is in this game. Did he literally spawn on the inner donut? Is that what happened? So we added a water nation to fight, and he got in the place that we can get there, but he probably can't get out. Man, donut map, you make my love of you very hard. I need you to work on this relationship a little bit. That's got to be what happened. He's in the dumb donut. Man, the things that happen every time you stream. All right, we got that moving. We got our recruitment going. Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead and roll that turn. There is dementia in this. Which person in yours had? Oh, did I have dementia? I hope none of my guys got demented. They're attacking me down here. Okay, so this is them taking that. Whatever. And then this is us taking over here. What did they have? Okay, just Providence. Just defense. Okay. And then we had 2 events. We got some glamour gems. And the lair of the sea serpent has been found. Within were bones of unfortunate travelers. Among the dreadful remains, gold and magical gems were found. The beast itself escaped. Nice. The equivalent of like the troll event, I guess. Very good. Okay, and over here, get our defense. Over here. I think we are going to do a cheeky temple and raise the defense here to 10. And then back here. I guess we'll go scouts and troops. That doesn't feel very good, but I really need to get another army out marching. And that is just not enough to send him out with. Line formation. These guys are going to... Do I need to hold? I don't think so. Attack closest. Because we don't have a profit anymore to go at the moment. I think he's going to take our troops out. And we'll combine with our other expansion party here. And then these guys will attack this, and then we'll double back. No, I don't like that. No, we'll move up towards here, and we'll expand this way. And these guys could take this. He could take this. Maybe he takes this. And then what? Could we backtrack to here and combine? Don't like that much either. You guys can't move too, right? No. We'll move for there. We'll have to decide. You move up. Don't care for this. Do I want to do some PD dumping? Actually, no. Maybe that's what we do. We try to bump him here. Don't know if we can win that fight. But if we stick ourselves behind PD and maybe a little bit off here, so I can up that at least to 10. Amber Guards are pretty good, so with those plus our troops, we probably can get a win there. All right, back to researching. We need to get into this other ocean. I wasn't trying to scout that, but now actually I do need to get there because I want to confirm. Actually, I kind of want you back down here. See if I can keep eyes, make sure I'm following around that army. Make sure he doesn't get anything else built or anything down here. Yeah, let's go ahead and roll that. Most of his units can go on land. Yeah, Oceania does have, they can landfall, but they're going to struggle to get on land just as much as we would, but I feel like the AI is worse at it. Yeah, they're water Pangea, totally. First turn off that bad comment. Something about dementia causing a unit not to act. Huh. I did not notice it, but let's see. Could it be him? No. I mean, it would be an affliction. Maybe it was somebody who had an affliction and got killed in the fight. I do know the message you're talking about. I just didn't see it. All right, up to 6 there. Back to do some preaching. We are going to need to get somebody over there to build a lab. So we'll start moving that way. We got 4 turns until we get our rock fort. So that's going well. Oh, he went on land. Interesting. Coward. I think we're going to follow him up there. Because these guys of his, they can't do anything to us under here. It's just these mercs. Set these guys up for attack closest. I think we're going to wait with these guys for one more turn of recruitment before they get to march out. Also think I'm going to take the plunge for a queen. Or do I? No. I think we're going to use that money for a lab instead. Maybe it's time to get out a king? What would he do? Just sit around and research, really. So, no, just normal mage for now. I do want to get started on kings because they're slow to recruit and cap only, but we have a lot of infrastructure to build too, so we'll stick to the cheap stuff. We have money left over this way. All right, our fresh round of scouts. All right, you are going to throne sit, and you are going to go to Baratos. We're going to go see what he's up to on land. All right, almost have him kicked out of the water. I'd love to kill off those mercs or get them for myself, one or the other. Cold currents. No, cold currents, okay. Water gems, cool. Just taking a peek here. Not very good, but we haven't even site searched yet, so. Getting there a little slow. It's unfortunate we lost a mage, but once we can beat 2 per turn, this will kick up a little faster. We are only in turn 10, so I guess I'm just being impatient. Yeah, let's keep moving on that. The Graveyard Watchdog. Hello, here to see the early rise of the deep ones. Well, you came to the right place. Came to the right place. Mercs will expire next turn. I think I'm okay with that because they're water only, and I'm not going to attack this throne. So we'd go 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns. I'd rather lose them and rehire them. Yeah. Tim Lagore says, I believe the sweet spots are 6 and 11, 21. You can add 5 with shift click. Yeah, 6 starts turning off some of the events. I'm not sure. I thought it was 10. But I could totally also believe that it would be 11. But for now, I'm not spending that much. I'm only spending the 6. We definitely can spend all of our money. We need to build a lab here, so. We're not misfortune or anything, so we're not getting like spammed with bad events or anything. Now I want to start an underwater game. That's the issue with watching this game. It makes me want to play so many factions. Yes, it is. I spent an entire summer in Dom 5 basically running kind of similar settings to this with the goal of winning 1 game with every nation in the game, and I didn't quite make it. I didn't finish some of late age, mostly the water nations. I just burned out after like 90 games. It was too much. Moving the free spawn in Yomi is kind of annoying without your bless easing it up. Yeah, that could be a bit of a pain. All right, let's see how we did. Hopefully we booted him out of the ocean. That would be the preference. All right, just his PD. Get out of here. And this is by our capital, so we really would like to win this one. Ooh. Stabby, stabby again. Oof, we did not win that. So close. Come on, die to poison. Oh, he's not going to die to poison. Oof, bounced off that. Those Amber Guards, man, make all the difference. I'm actually going to up our own Amber Guard here. Well, he doesn't have anything that can attack us. Ah, annoying. All right. Well, we bounce, so we can immediately just go back in. Do I want to send mage support? Not really. I don't think we do. All right, he can preach 1 higher. We did take this spot. Got a glowing kelp forest for +1 nature. All right. And what do we got left in this army? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think we can take ambers with this group. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we'll have to go around. Unless... No. No underwater mercs. Alright, let us recruit. Another mage. Still gonna need spear guys. That's unfortunate. I really don't like doing this. I really, really prefer Shamblers of the Deep, but our map just rolled so dang many ambers are just painful. Amber and shark are the two I really fear underwater. I feel like everything else is pretty doable, but those two just are pure pain. Moving, free spawn. Yeah, without undead command. Yeah, undead command includes demons. And then you can just use your cheapo priest that you're going to have because you can recruit from the temples you have to build anyways. Yeah, the undead command is very good on Yomi. I do feel like getting a point, at least 1 point, probably 2, unless you have the patience of a saint to move those demons around. Alright, finally up to water 2. Now I can be excited about summon water power. Better late than never, I suppose. And this is us attempting round 2. Whew, man, it is just brutal under the waves. Yeah, just everyone's stabbing everybody. Alright, well, numbers win the day on that one. And we saw a land fight, which I don't really care about. Yep, there's Oceania. There he is. Well, he got the whole pond to himself, so he can't blame me if his early game doesn't go well. I had nothing to do with it. Alright, do we want to actually make landfall here? I think we do. We'll just take that. Thank you very much. Keep recruiting back here. Gonna need a couple turns before they can head out. We haven't got our profit message yet, have we? No. Pretty soon we should see that. Alright, turn 12. Let's take an account and see how we're doing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. On par. There we go. Thank you, mercenaries. You guys made that possible. So, pretty good. We've got 12, so that's kind of my rule of thumb for being acceptable. I like to have 12 provinces, not counting my capital, on turn 12, and ideally with a fort started. And we've got 2 turns left on our fort. We've got a temple built, and we're building a lab. So I feel like we're doing pretty good. Soon as this infrastructure goes up, this team's going to find another spot to build more. So we will probably... I'd like to fort here. We also might fort here. Population's okay. Yeah, so maybe here's next, or here. One of these two. So that gets us at least a total of 3 extra castles under here. And then we could also do probably that throne. So plenty of room. We definitely need them because I mentioned earlier, you can't get mages on shore. So all of our mage recruitment has to come from underwater. So we really, really would like to get a lot of infrastructure if at all possible. Checking our mercs. Still no water ones. We've already seen 2 different water ones. I'm not sure how many total there are. So we may have burned through most of them. Or it may just be a while before they regenerate. Good thing you didn't roll the start in the inner sea. Ironically, Atlantis wouldn't care. Because we're totally amphibious, we could just walk up onto shore. We would prefer the bigger ocean, because we're the big fish down here, I feel, in early age. But, yeah, we'd do just fine. And we fight okay on land. Like, we're not the best until our magic comes online, but we're also not the worst. Alright, Dead Prophet power left. Pretender Gods are awakening. Let's see how we did. This one's starting to look a little thin, so... hopefully we can take at least this one before we have to turn around. I see they have a mage. They routed quick. Nice. Very nice. Alright, Baratos. Oh, this is land stuff. Alright, don't care. This is our attacking them, though. Do care about this one. Oceania's literally in the kiddie pool. It's just a small tide pool. Not even worth us taking. Alright. Now, one nice thing also about these deep ones, again, if you haven't watched the intro video, they come standard with fire resistant and cold resistant. So even though we're up here in the cold weather, it does not affect us for our encumbrance, which is quite nice. Whereas these ones, they're cold-blooded and not cold resistant, so they will suffer from that. Although they're going to die long before that becomes relevant in this fight, but in general. Oh, jeez, for a second I thought half these guys were already retreating. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Alright, and Baratos is very nice heavy spearman unit. Formation fighter with a length 4. I really like these guys. It's ironic that Baratos is in this game and that we've been fighting them, because next week we're playing Baratos. People have been asking for a Blood Nation. Baratos is going to be the Blood Nation. Been a little short on time this week due to being busy, but my test games, I've really enjoyed them. Really enjoyed them. They're probably... I think they're my favorite early age Blood Nation. Well, it's probably tied between them and Lanka. I really like Lanka too. But Baratos, I feel, is easier to play than Lanka. Alright, well, we are now on a land nation. Go ahead. I'm going to assume he's correct that 11's the right number, and we're going to go all the way up to 11. If we were to fort this, we could actually get Jade Priestess, so that breaks us into nature. And a water nature also could break us into death. Very good. We could recruit the Amazons. Well, not the greatest thing ever. Might be better than our own troops, so we might use those. And we got a sacred unit. Our Bless doesn't really do too much for him, but there you go. Recruitable sacred unit, non-cap. So, early fort here would not be remiss. Don't think this army has the oomph to take either of these. So, back to the sea we go for reinforcements. And I think we're going to continue trying with this one. Let's make that one group. I think we can take Ichthyid units, I think. We're pretty strong, so we should be able to break out of their nets. And over here, we should be, what, one turn? Yeah, one turn until we get the fort up to at least stage 1. We've got our lab, so now we can... Oh, no, need the fort before we can start getting that. I don't really want merman recruits, so we're going to pass on that for the time being. Go ahead and just switch him back to research, and then this guy... I think we get started on the next fort immediately. We're doing okay on money at the moment. We're not feeling threatened particularly. I kind of like playing Atlantis, kind of like the tide coming in. So it's slow, but I build up that pressure by getting all the infrastructure ready so that when I do make landfall, I can just push all the way to my objectives and not have to get in protracted land wars, which are very expensive for us. We're just not the best at it, even though we can do it. Oh yeah, profit. No, you're not. Zog me? That'd be crazy. Somebody had asked earlier. I think it was Flintlock. All right, profit number 2. In fact, actually, we will make him Sergeant Flintlock 2nd profit. And then delete it. 3rd time's a charm. Apparently I don't have enough brain power to type and then click OK. All right, well, long may he serve us. Your predecessor did not make it to retirement. All right, next turn we can start getting 2 mages per turn, and that's going to really help us out. What are we at? 80 research per turn? Not the worst for the start of turn 2. Not the best. We don't have the greatest researchers, but I really do like these Mages of the Deep. The fact that I can count on every single one of them to have a good combat pathing really helps them out. They're not nearly as random as like the Archocephali mystics that we were having to work with last time. All right, battle in Devil's Pond. See how we're doing. We're starting to get really thin with this group. This is kind of a stretch goal fight. All right, we chopped through the light troops. We did not quite make it through the heavies. Oh, they're retreating, though. Maybe Limpy will stay on the field. Whoever retreats last wins. I think it's going to be them, though. I think their limp is worse than our limp. There we are, right there in the corner. Yeah, we're just a little too fast. Sad. Lightning struck a boulder in Atlantis. More air gems. A Triton mage from Forest of Amber Kelp has arrived with his menagerie. He was attacked by sea trolls and is now seeking refuge in your land. Beamoth, the Amber Clam mage, has joined. 29 sea stags. I don't even know what a sea stag is, but welcome to the team. Where are you? Oh, he's over here. Okay. I mean, he's a water too, so he's not bad or anything. Oh, okay. Sea Stag is the mount from the Triton Kings. Antlers and a tail. I notice he doesn't get his Olacorn weapon. I guess the Sea Stag's slightly different. Not a sea unicorn or Olicorn. Undisciplined animal aquatic. Well, chaff is chaff, I suppose. You can summon water power. And then you can basically just do water strike. That's totally fine. We'll have him on advance and cast spells. Alright, did we have enough survive here to No. What is he gonna do? I think he's going to have to wait for this guy to come here, get troops, and then head over to keep fighting. Feels really bad. That's a lot of backtracking. Not sure we really have a choice, though. I guess he can move up and do some patrolling. Gives him something to do, I guess. Oh, he could site search. Get a couple extra water gems, maybe. There we go. It's only going to be a turn or two until our army gets up there, so not the worst thing. And actually, now that I say that, do we want to start an Astral Mage searching? We're still quite a ways out from voice. Maybe it would be worthwhile. And I think we'll do one that has some earth also, on the off chance that we could get started in on some earth gem finds. All right, we'll have him go that way. And then up here, nice. We finished our first level, but we have a long ways to go because we're going to go all the way up to Castle. So we have to upgrade to Fortress and then to Castle. But that does let us get started on mages here. And all of our troops, the only thing that's cap only is our Sacred. So we do have our full range here. What are we going to be looking at for these throne fights? Ichthyeids, and they do have spears. And over here, Shamblers, so they do not have spears. So maybe we look at this being our first throne. Alternatively, we also have a lot of opportunities to make landfall still. So maybe that's what we do. This guy also could roll out. How many troops survived over here? Decent amount. Okay. You actually roll out. And he can come up here and pick up next turn's recruitment. And then over here, we'll be fighting Amazons, some archers. I think we definitely could do some land conquering right here. So let's go ahead and get... I think I do just want Warriors of the Deep. Having the shield and helmet when we make landfall will be pretty nice. All right, let's keep that rolling. Let's see what people are saying here. Oh, that was scrolled up. That's not good. Yeah, the bites really, really help these guys. If they didn't have that, they would be kind of trashy. But the fact that they have that, and well, let's pull them up here. This guy especially. 3 attacks, and yes, they're only at attack 10, but with you're going to have 6 attacks per square. You're going to have harassment bonuses on whatever you're attacking, and they hit pretty dang decently. Like, these guys can hurt heavy troops, like, relatively reliably. And if you can get some buffs on them, they just get even better. Okay protection. Their defense isn't the best, but these are definitely like shock troops, so that's totally acceptable. All right, and then this group, heavy infantry and slingers. I think this group can also make some landfall. We're going to just kind of peck away at them. All right, these guys can team up, and we're going to head and try to take that last little bit of ocean we don't own. Nope, didn't check our event. We searched and didn't find anything, and then a mage has traveled here to seek admittance to the famous academy underneath, which is supposed to be located somewhere in the parts of the sea. He's been persuaded to join our cause. Very nice. I wonder if that means we have a site here. Let's have him immediately search and see. That would be perfect if that's the case, because we're going to build a castle here. And while hydromancers aren't super for us, I might recruit them over our Mage of the Deep. 168 versus... So they actually would be more efficient cost-wise researchers. So I'd be totally fine with that. Okay, and then our scout near Baratos. I think he's just going to go throne sit now. He's pretty much done there. How are we doing on research? We got level 3. Okay, we are now water elemental capable. For realsies this time. No matter how excited I was at the beginning. But we've got a ways to go before we get to voice. So keep on getting mages. Really soon I'd like to switch over to kings, but I don't think we're quite there yet because we still need to start another castle here next turn probably. I saw EA Ermor. Those are solid EA troops and hard to fight. Yeah, they're pretty good. And they have those javelins, so pretty good, decent against us. We do have shields on some of our troops, but our unshielded troops would not appreciate a javelin. Alright, search for sites, didn't find any. Searched for sites, didn't find any. Check our battle. This is us making some landfall. See how we do. Alright, so we've got slingers. Our protection is 4 on the little guys. And it is 9 with a shield on the big guys. We'll see how they do. Okay, 1 hit on us. These guys have 14 HP, so probably not going to get 1 shot unless they get head hit. Boy, yeah, you can see that attack density right there as we go in. Oof. Okay, starting to break them. There they go. Well, a lot of attrition, but such that it is. Ooh, ouch. Slinger's doing some work, though. But now we are into the slingers, and that is the end of them. Because our attacks are going to just mince them. Eh, it went okay. I mean, like I said, we are land fight capable for sure, but we really would prefer to have our magic backing us up when we have to do that. Worldwide heat +1 doesn't really affect us. Alright, we'll throw some defense here, and then head home for some reinforcements. I would also like to fort this. That would be very nice. Maybe we just send somebody to go start. Because I really want those Amazons. All right, he did not find a site here. I'm a little surprised by that, actually. I kind of thought we would get one. We also could do Amber Clan recruitment here, and this would be super valuable if we had an opponent down here. But because they're aquatic only, I don't want aquatic troops. Because every aquatic troop we get cannot help us on land. So, because we don't have a competitor here, I'm not touching that. Alright, so he can go ahead and get started on the... Oh, we're a little short. Okay. There we go. He can go ahead and get started on the fort. And our other buddy here... I actually would like to take Velvet Ocean. I think we're going to reroute. Can we take that? I think we can take that. That's going to be a close one. But then we could get started on our next fort also. Since we have no competition here, it's more of a race of just getting our infrastructure and research up so that we can make landfall efficiently. Let's actually go scout that landfall we're looking at. Yeah, don't say there's no friendly fire yet. We haven't started our land casting. Even with our kings having the precision buff, they are not the most accurate of troops. There will be plenty of friendly fire once we get going on land. Oh, that's interesting. Sergeant Flintlock says, the searching for site events always happen one province away from where the site actually is, if it actually exists. So you need to search around where it happened. Can always voice a Tiamat with the mage. Yeah, I'm going to voice a Tiamat the entire ocean once we get it. That'll be good to know. We'll definitely be able to verify that here. Are there even any level 4 sites? Underwater? I do not know. Man, in one of my Baratos test games, I actually got a site that had death blood mages. It was incredible. It was like the luckiest find I've ever had. And it was on a spot I was going to fort anyways. And yeah, they were like death 2 or 3 blood 3s. They were ridiculous indie mages for early age. I've never seen something that good before. I don't know whether it was an event spawn or a truly just random site, but either way, very happy to get that. All right, we're probably looking at another land fight here. Heavy calves. Not really what I'd like to fight, but I think we'll take it anyways. Because this one, we don't have water access to this throne, and I would like to get land next to it at least. All right, and over here... All right, we're upgrading the castle already. So Blue Beauty is almost complete. Very happy with that. I'm actually going to turn off the mage recruitment, though, because we're going to need to save up for infrastructure here. We did not watch that fight. What happened to the Velvet Ocean? I know some bad things happened. Let's see how this went. The fodder gets just completely chopped up and retreats. That's no surprise. Kind of a weird mix that happened in here. Yeah, look at these guys just bleeding past us. This is our mage too right here, and his morale broke. You are really lucky they didn't stab you, friend. Ooh, that could have gone very badly. Man, these hurt so bad. Whew. Alright, well, victory's a victory either way, I suppose. Alright, and now we're going to have to go around and collect all of his garbage. And then we got 2 more water areas, and then we're looking at thrones. Building a rock wall here, has the temple. All right, this is our site searcher. Let's actually take him, and we are going to put him on auto. Feel like that'll be okay under here. I don't know. I generally like to run those guys manually, but I don't know. Auto would sure be nice if it worked well. I'll just put it that way. We'll see if he has a good run or if he does a lot of weird backtracking. Yeah, Hikio says, always happens in test games. Yeah, it's always when I'm off stream, and then I come on stream and it's like, first battle, everybody retreats. I'm like, oh my gosh, again. Literally never happens a single time in my test games. And it's the second I'm on stream, everyone just retreats everywhere, and we don't find any good magic sites, and yeah, it's ridiculous. Nice, found an earth site though. Very good. Alright, let's see how the heavy cav does us here. They do us like heavy cav. That's actually very worrisome that they've been through that much. And our guys walked around them. Oh, that is not good. How you doing, buddy? 20 HP. He poisoned the horse when it kicked him. Luckily, these commanders are not like pushovers, but, you know, general rule of thumb, you do not want heavy cav on your commander. We've got most of the horses poisoned. That's something there. Wow. I think he's going to make it. That was a close call. That was a close call. He has 7 HP left. And everyone's retreating. Everyone but him. What an absolute underwater Chad. Whew. Brutal. Well, yeah, he even chases him down. He's like, oh, yeah? Yeah? You thought that was funny, didn't you? Yeah, that's not so funny now, is it? Good job, man. What's his name? Buchan. Oh, he's a famous person. We can't rename him. He literally became famous for that battle. He got tough skin. He has extra protection. He's up to protection 21 on his head and 19 on the body. And he didn't get an affliction from that. He commands the last survivor. Well, that was brutal. You can see what I'm saying, though. Like, we're okay on land, but we really, really would like to have our magic. We really would like to have that. All right, go collect those troops. This is making landfall. We want to build a castle here. They're both... Oh, no, she is not sacred. Okay, so we could build the lab this turn and then start getting a few of those while we wait for more money. We're going to have a couple turns that we're just going to be really light because we have a lot of infrastructure to build. He's not going to be able to get recruitments here if I do that, though. Maybe this guy waits. He can just preach for a turn. And that way we have some recruitment coming in. Yeah, keep that rolling. Clutch commander. Yeah, no kidding. Those are good commanders. I like them. They're hardy enough that they don't die to just random things. Like, that dude was, like, literally toe-to-toe with, like, 6 heavy cav and 1. So, not many people get to say that. Alright, up to Conch 4. That also, Conch 4 brings us into School of Sharks. Can be interesting, but I feel like water elementals are just so good, I don't find the sharks particularly useful. And they're, like, really dumb, so sometimes they attack your own troops. So, not the hugest fan of that. Alright, I do feel like this army is fine for attacking that. We already weakened that, so that shouldn't be an issue. Then over here, start palisades. Alright, so we have 1 palisade going up, 2 palisades going up, and the spot we want to build another one. Over here, 1 turn until we're done with our castle. Notice how our income is just skyrocketing now that we're getting some of the infrastructure up. We're going to be making bank here. Oh, what's wrong with you, buddy? Oh, he's diseased. So there's something nasty here. That's unfortunate. Alright, and then here... I don't even want to keep an eye on Oceania. I know they're just going to sit there. They should be taking this land. Like, they have all this area to take, and they've taken 1. So, that's a little disappointing. Alright, yeah, I think this guy gets to be a guard commander. The only survivor, the only man to stay on the field with Vukan, the destroyer. So he gets to be the ceremonial guard, I feel. And we're going to attack closest. Do we have any other land I can take easily here? By easily, I mean at all. Maybe here? If we brought our reinforcements up. Let's get some more guys here. We'll wait here for one turn of recruitment, and then they both can meet here and then make landfall. I think that'll work out just fine. We'll even move a scout over there just to make sure it's going to work out fine. All right, let's keep that rolling. Give that fish the basalt heart for his service. the purple crystal. I would not laugh if he died chasing them down, because that has happened far too commonly to me. For land duty. Yeah, coral guards are good up there. I'm just being cheap, basically. We got so much infrastructure to put up at the moment. We can take a look, though. Maybe the price isn't as bad as I'm thinking. All right, searched and didn't find. Round 2 with the Ichids. All right, we definitely better win this one. I'm going to be very disappointed if we don't. Yeah, they don't even have a commander left. That's how close we were to victory on this one. We got 2 wounded guys. A cripple. 2 cripples holding the field. All right. We'll give them the dignity of their victory, and we won't watch us run them down. All right, and our last non-throne underwater fight. Over here. Gearing up for another land fight. All right, we'll meet up here. We'll come up on land here, and we'll see if we can expand our bubble out a little bit. Then over here, he's building his palisade. He's going to need a holy unit. Maybe this guy could scurry over there. A lot of enemy dominion here because the Urmor's capital's right there. He's going to really struggle to preach that down as a holy one. Maybe we go ahead and we drop a temple. You can see, like, this is all of our dominion. This is all we have. Now, admittedly, what we do have is, 3s. Over here, we've got 7. But we do not have a lot of dominion. So I think temples are in order. That Holy 3 is looking a little bit more inviting because we could get her out and really push those candles pretty quickly. All right, let's keep that moving. All right, Mace Man, thanks for coming in, man. Hope your Yomi game finishes off well. All right, I'm expecting a victory here. I'll be pretty shocked if we lose to these. These guys are terrible. The Merlot, they're junkers. Those are like militia equivalents. Yeah, get out of here. My ocean. All right, and now, though, we're looking at this throne. That's our next thing. So what we really want for that fight is Conj 5, so we can do water elementals. And we are right on track for doing that. So let's grab a king. And over here, back to preaching. We have plenty of water mages that can do water elementals, so that we'll just group people up for that. But we're going to need a decent number of chaff. And for this throne particularly, slave troop, shambler thralls, Triton knight, Triton trooper, mind lord. So like a mix of spears and no spears, unfortunately. Yeah. I think we'll get the more expensive troops because we run out of recruitment points before we run out of money there. Down here, we're still getting as many as we can. Yep, just need more infrastructure. Having castles just brings in so much income. We're up to over 2,000, not counting our costs. All right, all of you guys are commanded by him. We're getting so thick, we're going to double line it so we don't have that bleed through issue that we had, hopefully. I just noticed, did I cancel his becoming the prophet? We do not have our prophet at the moment. Shoot. Okay. Well, we'll do it at Velvet Ocean when he gets there. That was a mistake. Could have had a few more candles out. Okay, Palisades going up. 3 months. 1 month. We're also going to we need some more sacred units, so that Holy 3 is looking more and more attractive. Maybe we grab a Holy 2 here. That's what we'll do. We need to build more temples, and then she can go do some preaching for us, too. My experience here, been underwater indies or hot trash or terrifying murder, no in between. Yeah. And Meryl Fish would know, so you can trust that word. But yeah, I totally agree. It's like, oh, you're Marrows, you literally do nothing. Or you're Shark Tribe and you have 3 bleeding attacks. Like, and there's no between. It's Amber Troops and Shark Tribe, or like a squid. It is brutal under the seas. It's absolutely brutal. Make the king the prophet. Yeah, you know, at this point, you're probably right. There is something to be said, though, about a non-mage being your prophet, because they can benefit from using holy spells, whereas our king, we're going to want him casting elemental magic, so we would basically be doing it to save his upkeep. So, I don't know. Could go either way on that. All right. Found an astral site. That's what we're hoping for. That's exactly what we're hoping for. All right, over here, our Holy 2 is going to head up there. I think we are going to grab just a couple of those while I have kind of a second to breathe in my economy. And go up to Fortress. And I think he's going to stay on Breach. All right. Fortunately, I did not watch that combat first. A wailing lady. Yeah, oh man. Those suck. Those suck hard. Alright, so this is Mervani chasing the Indies. So they get to take the brunt of it for us. Hopefully they lose a lot of things here. Bare-chested warriors, yeah. Not seeing Awakened Tattoo being cast. Looks like they're going to carry the day anyways, though. Alright, and then we're like, hey, that's a nice farm you got there. Don't mind if we do. Then, yeah, this I'm putting money on us on this one. Yeah. Yeah. Good job, team. Even killed a tree. Oh, man. Sorry about the bump. Totally a mistake. See how he's feeling. Apprehensive. Yep, you should. Unfortunately, he took this one, which is where I was hoping to go next. I guess we'll take this scout over to the throne that we're looking at. And back into the waves we go. Back to safety. So unless he has a magic phase attack, we literally get away scot-free. And this is what makes fighting underwater humans as in human players, incredibly annoying. Because you can pop out, take a province, and if you feel threatened at all, you just hop back underwater. And if they can't teleport or do something like cloud trapeze, there's nothing they can do to stop you. You just come up, take, and then leave. And you can just harass all day, every day, forever, with no consequences, essentially. Deadly mold. Ooh. No, we do actually want our defense here, because I would not like to lose my almost done fort. Alright. He is forting up here. Another Holy 2. Yeah, we did want another one. We're going to get our king next turn. And then we'll have to decide between the king or this guy to be the prophet. Although, maybe Vukin gets it. He is heroic and gets extra protection. He's already up to he's up to 20 protection because his heroic ability is increasing. Compared to this guy who has 17 protection. 20 protection is very solid. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. And next turn we will have Conjuration 5. If your prophet's Holy 3, you get a Holy 4. Yes, you do. And we do. Our queens are Holy 3s. So we could actually recruit one of her. And Holy 4 would give us Fanaticism, which, you know, it's full battlefield courage. Not bad for throne fights or anything. All right. I think we're going to go up to Construction 3 just to give us some options of things to build. But then what do we want after that? Are we ready for our evocation, or do we want some alteration? A little bit of alteration wouldn't be bad. But do we even need it, I guess, is the question. Maybe we go for our evo first. Let's say evo 4 or 5. We'll do 5. And then we'll get some alteration, and then we'll reconsider. As soon as we get some AoE spells, that'll really amp up our damage, because all of our guys, all of our guys are decent mages. They can do something, and that's just so nice. We'll just stop researching, essentially, and march to war. Alright, another Holy 2. I think this one's going to preach here. That one's going to go there and build a temple and then preach. Over here. I do kind of want to get these troops for that throne battle, so I think he's going to continue on, and the mage will stop here and help. He'll build the lab, he'll stop preaching for a second, and start building the walls. And I think that's essentially the end of our infrastructure. Maybe we'll do one more fort here on this throne. But we're going to be good. Like, we're already making a ton of money. Alright, and our first king comes out with Earth 4. Very nice. We could put Earth Boots on him and cast Riches from Beneath if we get the gems. And we do have pretty good, actually, Earth income. We got +4. Okay, we also got Voice of Tiamat. So we are going to cast a bajillion. Well, I say bajillion. However many we can afford. Let's see, 16, 32, 40, 48. I think that many Voice of Tiamats. Alright, Voice of Tiamat. Here. Okay. Voice. Here. Okay. Voice. Here. Okay. Gonna be kind of careful here, because I don't want to accidentally do Voice of Apsu, which is kind of the water search ritual, instead of the all search. And there we go. Perfect. Next turn we can cast it one more time. And that's what makes this spell so ridiculous. Like, if we were site searching by hand, 1 turn to move. 1 turn to search. Turn 3, we move. Turn 4, we search. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's 14 turns of searching I'm going to do next turn. And we're going to search for all elemental paths. So I love that spell. Absolutely love it. If nothing else, it's just to remove some of the tedium of site searching. 2 random ogres. Yep. Yeah, it does love summoning things. Which is good. I mean, at least they spend their gems. The fact that random trees and bushes on the map have stats is funny. Hey, everything can be statted. If you stat it, it can be killed. Alright, let's see what we got. Now, let's not do it that way. Let's do it this way. Glowing Sands. We got a fire site. We already knew that one. Pond of Lava. Another fire site. And a water site. Ridge of Ice. Mountains underneath for 50 resources from a mine. That'll be nice for our fort. And another earth. And a fire. We found an Imperial Quarry for another earth. We already knew about those ones. I think we knew that one. So look at that. In 1 turn, we almost doubled our gem income. Very nice. And now most of these guys can go back to research, and just one of them, because it costs 8 water gems, can cast Usatima. Do a few turns of this, a few turns to get some gems for water elementals, and then we will attack here. By that time, most of our infrastructure should be done. So that the timing worked out really well this time around. All right, and now we got our lab here. So we're going to have you preach, and you're going to take over the construction. Down here, he just finished the first level. Go up to Fortress. We're going to need some more Holy, though. Oops. Give us another Holy 2. So these guys, it's funny with these Holy 2s. I tend to either recruit 0 of them or get several. And it just depends on how the game's going. Like in this one, I'm kind of nervous that we're this bad on Dominion. So getting some extra out to help push that a little. And, I mean, having some extra Sermons of Courage is not bad, right? I kind of want a queen, so we're going to lower our recruitment a little bit here. And get a queen. We'll make her the prophet. We'll simp for the Holy 4. Worth it, I think. Alright, and you can just patrol for a minute. Keep that moving. Animating trees is a useful tactic. Does it work on kelp? Is there a spell to animate boulders? I don't think there's one for boulders, and I don't know about kelp. Next time we're in a battlefield, I need to see what I can click on, and we can look at the stats. I'd assume it would be the same spell, but maybe they have an underwater version. Alright, Construction 3 is finished. We are into Evocation. We are just rolling on our research now. Who are you? Some random retreated guys. Huh, that's a little annoying. Alright, and we can't afford a ritual this turn, so we can go back to research. Do we want to craft anything? We do have good earth income. Give me Dwarven Hammer, please. Any nation that you can get Earth 3 recruits on is so good. So ridiculously good. Being able to Earth Hammer and then Earth Boot natively is just chef kiss. Alright, up to Castle next. And down here, see, if I try to recruit, because we're not underwater, I can't get any of our mages. But we can start getting Amazons. We're not going to get very many. I just want 1 or 2 to do some site searching. And that means we're also going to need to get her underwater. So we need a ring of water breathing. And then we have a lot of fire income. We could make some fire in a jar. I almost want to go up to construction 5. We have such good gym income. Let's get to Evo first. Just a few turns of site searching, a few turns of gym gen, and then we'll attack the thrones, and then we'll reevaluate. I feel like we're already pretty dang strong, though. I'm not worried about any of the other players at the moment. Unless they get on a bunch of thrones and start, like, really digging in. Oh no! Marverni declared war on me. What are we gonna do? Ring of Returning. Nice. So, they're probably gonna take this and this. That's fine. I don't care. Basically, it's the long short of that. I'd prefer to own land, of course, but, you know, it is what it is. He's not even really in my way to take thrones either, so... We'll probably end up taking this one. Well, probably this one and then this one is probably what will happen. Or maybe even we'll just stick over here. And we'll just screw Sarmatia. We could do anything. That's what's so great about Atlantis and having this mobility that's just uncounterable by these land nations. Alright, and here we go. We got the queen. And in honor of a friend of mine, this will be Bubbles, the Queen Prophet. If you know, you know. And that one will immediately go up to Prophet. That's why I probably did. When I had trouble getting that rename last time, I probably clicked it the second time and changed the order. That is all right. All right, we can't afford this. I'm almost wondering if I want to do some alchemy. Maybe not. We can kind of spend everything we're getting. Some air. Maybe not. Can't get owl quills because we don't have any air casters. We could get some pearls. We could get some... Let's get a couple jars of fire. Just in case. Maybe we need to cast some resist spells or something. And Azag will equip the hammer. And with the Dwarven hammer, we forge the Dwarven hammer. We'll get a couple of those. Yeah, this is quite nice. Just building up our fodder over here, essentially. We definitely want a pretty strong line of that just to give our mages time. And this is still saying 300, okay. Next turn we can do another voice. But we are burning through this. In fact, I'm going to go higher than Evo 5. I think we make the full Evo push here. So what do we want to stop at? Acid Storm? That's battlefield wide. That's probably what we want. 7. If we didn't want to go that high, where would we stop? Magma Eruption at 6? Probably at Magma Eruption. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll go Evo to 6, and then we'll grab some Alteration. Because we have the cold resist, I do like using Woven Winter. That's a remote spell that we can lower the temperature of a province. Because generally speaking, with our resistances, it won't do anything to us, and the person we're fighting probably doesn't have cold resist. Or I wouldn't cast it, obviously. So we can really make it harder on people by adding something like that. We also... Curse of Stones is also at 4. So between those two, that's a lot of endurance upping. So their fatigue will be a lot higher. Destruction, also pretty good. We even could go higher. We could go with, like, Curse of Iron. Iron Bane here at 6. Maybe we do that. Because we do have a big Earth Boy here. Azag. In fact, this is actually Azag the Iron Bane. We'll see how he does. Alright, let's roll that. Are the Naiads any good? Imagine they have all, like, the Dryads, but really... Naiads have Homesick. So if you move them out from where you summon them, they start losing max HP. I don't know if every Naiad unit has that, but many of them do. Yeah, water. Nature water is a good cross path for Moss also. And that is a way you can climb into nature once you can summon those. No, it's I am not personal friends with Lucid, even though he seems like a cool guy. Just a personal friend of mine. There's a battle. All right. We knew they were going to do this, so no surprise here. They are summoning some things that are amphibious. You know, we might start getting a little jealous there. And I do think they're going to get that, so. Alright, a martyr has died. The faithful rejoice and flock to the temple. Interesting. Okay, I'm alright with that. Preaching there, he's moving up there. He's finishing off the castle in one turn. This guy was the builder. Keep going, buddy. And we got a nature water crosspath. There we go. She can search. And Bubbles is ready to rock. Now, what we'd like to do is we'd like to spread some dominion on the thrones we're going to fight at. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe we put another temple here and have her start preaching, and then here, and then have her start preaching. So let's get her a bodyguard. And she can cast spells in the far back. That should be fine for any random events. Alright, these guys, here you go. You can have your jars. Back to research. I'm kind of debating if I want to hold off on finishing. How many do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have quite a lot of voices to do. I think I'm going to wait a couple turns so I can equip people with gems to go attack the throne. Because I don't want to delay attacking the throne. Maybe we spend our air gems and transmute. We still have infrastructure going up. I'm okay with just burning a little bit of time. What else might we like? Mace of Eruptions is pretty nice. Ice crowns would... Our ice helmets would be nice because our normal mages don't have cold resist via the cold we were talking about, but I don't want to spend water gems on them, fortunately. Yeah, maybe we're done with crafting for now. We'd have to go up higher. That's all right. We're all set to do it if we change our minds. Yeah, that unprovoked attack by Merverni, man. What did we ever do to them? No respect for the world's oceans. She didn't find anything, but we can have her check that one. Finished castle number 2. Perfect. I mean, you can fight, so you can head down there. Oh no, you need to still build a lab. Searching, preaching, okay. Alright, construct us a temple. Let's make sure we're recruiting a big boy, and we can turn our recruitment back on. In fact, actually, I do like the point somebody made about some coral guard, so I think we will grab some. We'll just build up a force here. Those are good on land, and we're gonna need land fighting, so we will do that. Yeah, I haven't. Now that we've been talking about tattoos, I don't remember a single time I've seen the AI awaken tattoos. But then again, I haven't fought too much Marverni or Sarmatia. I really wish they had a battlefield-wide version of that spell. It is annoying to script 50 of those. Because it's such a good spell that you're a fool not to do it. But man, that's a lot of micro. Okay, bad omen. I don't like that. Yeah, look. The sea is being polluted. You know who's doing it? It's Marverni. Dumping plastic into the seas. You can't trust them. You can't trust them. You try to go introduce yourself as neighbors, and they attack you and push you back into the sea. It's inexcusable. All right, this is almost all of our infrastructure queued up, I think. We need to finish Fortress and then Castle that, and then we are done, unless I decide to do this one. But we may or may not. We'll give it like one more turn, I think, of water gems, and then we're going to start marching. In fact, the mages from the capital should probably start now, because they're going to need a turn to get over there. 2 turns, it looks like, actually. We're going to need some leadership here. We could grab them from over here, though. Give me a couple of these guys. She is going to be preaching. I really would like it if we could get some Dominion up here before we have to attack, or at least get rid of the enemy one. Will it happen? I don't know. It's right next to their capital. Disgusting Gauls. We must teach them the peaceful ways of the ocean by force. Well, you know, the tide is inevitable, my friend. The tide is inevitable. All right. Stray Wild Forest. A glamour and a nature gem. Very nice. Enchanted Well for another water gem. Cool. We did not get very lucky on our water gems. I feel like having... What do we get from our site? 2... Yeah, so we've only gotten +4, and one of which we just now got. So I think that feels a little small. I tend to find more when I'm playing underwater. So we kind of got a little bit unlucky on that. But, you know, not the end of the world. All right. You can research while the troops catch up. You are going to head to the capital, and we're going to get another one. And I think... No, this other one we said we needed range 3. Or length 3. So, starting on getting some reinforcements. You built your temple, and now you're going to start preaching. And you finished your fortification. Oh, yeah. We're on land. We can only build fortifications. We cannot build castles above water. So another reason that it is so important for Atlantis to get good infrastructure up underwater. Like 10,000 pop, 14, almost 15,000 pop, 16,000 pop. These are good locations, and we're not overlapping. So we're being really efficient. Like, we could drop maybe one here. It would overlap, but that would probably increase our income. But the population's so low, I don't know if it'd be worth it. So very, very happy with how that ended up on that. Okay, this guy is done, essentially. I think he can just research here. He'll just kind of be in charge of this fort. And we will grab Amazons here, just in case we ever end up having to fight over here. There is a throne here, so we can totally attack that if we wanted to. Bear Tribe and Light Cav is not a hard throne, so maybe these are our 2 thrones. Also would be possible. Heavy Infantry, Archers, Light Infantry, and Heavy Cav. So lots of options. That's another thing about Atlantis. Like, I'm next to every throne. Maybe this one's a little far out of reach, but everything else, unless it's underground, is right within my striking distance, and that's something I love about them. On land nations, you know, you're between the water and your neighbor, and you're just stuck all the time. Entire nation rejoices. Dark Crystal, god of Atlantis, author of the finisher of our faith, master of clouds, the morning star, god of the sacred eye, banner of victory has broken free. And we had an unexpected event. We got some extra money. All right, so just in case people missed the beginning, here is Dark Crystal, the Dark Crystal. This is our god. He has 4 air, 5 earth, 6 astral. And that is because we wanted to have... where... I always forget where I can easily view my bless. There we are, from the temple. So we have the normal +1 morale. We grab 2 extra precision because our kings actually are only precision 8, and we're going to be firing some big AoE spells that we really would like not to hit ourselves with. And then just because I had the points, I had to buy something. I got a little bit of shock resist, just because it's what I could get. And we took penetration bonus 1 and Farcaster. So if we do want to do things like Curse of Stones, or if we want to do... not there. The Thaumaturgy water spells, these are really good ones. Like, let's look at Curse of the Desert. Air of Effect 5, it definitely hits with Precision 100, and it's armor negating, and it gives you 2d8 fatigue every single turn. But it's magic resist plus DRN versus 22. So by adding some extra penetration on there, we help them land this spell. We also can forge Rune Smashers, which are a mace that gives you another penetration. And we can forge... I think we probably have somebody who could do it. Void Eyes. Or no, that's moved up 1 more. But Void Eyes is another one that gives you extra penetration. You gouge out your eye and put a crystal in. So we could have +3 penetration check, and it makes those spells and things like Curse of Stones very powerful. We also have Astral, so we could cast Gate or Teleport or Cloud Trapeze. We got a lot of things we could do with this guy. Trade Winds for extra money. Riches from Beneath if we research it, because our Earth is so good we actually could cast it. So tons and tons of utility here. Mainly just picked because he's super cheap and he gave us good scales. And that was basically the decision making on him. Unfortunately, Atlantis has really bad choices for their gods. They only have like 10 choices, whereas some nations have like 30. So that is a downside for them, unfortunately. Oh no. Okay, Team Aqua attack. We got to start giving people gems. This is just gonna be a second. Not you. I think we're gonna try to give everyone 2. We'll just make that our start and we'll see where we get. Big Earth guy, he may not actually water. We may have him do something different, but he can have some gems anyways. We wouldn't want him to feel left out or anything. I'm expecting this not to be a bad fight. I think we're just going to roll them with water elementals, essentially. And we'll grab our fodder. I am going to give our king a full guard, just because he's so dang expensive. I don't want to lose him. All right. Do we want him doing something different? He could do earth elementals. Water elementals are just better. He could do some School of Shark. Yeah. Maybe I do it just to show it. He could spam. In fact, I'm probably just going to have him spam Strength of Giants, in all honesty. We don't need rain underwater. We'll have him do a School of Sharks just because. And then he can do some Strength of Giants, and he'll have to advance. Hopefully he will continue buffing our front line. That's kind of what I actually want him to do. Alright. You guys back. What are you? Alright. This is just, again, going to take a second. We just need to distribute all of our people. Cast 3 Sermons of Courage, and then advance. Oh no. Okay. King, you get to be kind of where it's a little bit safer. Oof, boy, this is a lot of mages. We are gonna win this pretty handily. Unless that Mind Lord just like snipes out our commander somehow, like magically. Alright, and then we are going to summon water power. Alright, so he's only going to be able to probably get 1 off, and then he's going to pass out. We'll try to script 2, but I don't think they'll get it. And we'll generically give that to everyone, and then we'll go back and see if there's any fine-tuning we want to do. Because we definitely have other spells we could cast. Oh, shoot. I didn't have them on Advance and Cast. I do actually like that. I've actually grown quite fond of Advance and Cast. I used to never use it in 5. But by getting closer, you really lower your friendly fire chances. And the AI seems relatively smart about it. Like, they don't charge into troops or anything. So far, I haven't been disappointed by that. Alright, Fireboy, is there anything we would like you to do instead? A lot of his spells won't work underwater. So, that's just out. He could Geyser. I think the water elementals just do better. Alright, do we have anyone with a lot of earth? He's got earth. Would we want you to do anything different? Nope, don't think so. Alright, I think that's literally going to be our scripting. We march to throne. And what are you? You were our site search guy. He turned off his auto. Well, that didn't do the worst. It also didn't do the best. It was okay. I'm not too bothered by it because the astral's just kind of a side thing, since we're going to be doing voices for most of our searching. Alright, she needs to have Ring of Water Breathing. Now let's actually get her. I shouldn't be lazy. Back, and she can retreat. And then we're going to put her on auto search. And hopefully we can just find some more nature gems. That's all I really want out of her. We have a little bit of income, and, we empower 1 and Thistle Mace, and then, I don't know. There's things to do there. Actually, just out of curiosity, do we have anything interesting that she could cast? Maggots, if we have to fight. Maggots is a good one if you're fighting undead. So we have that available. We don't have Moss Body yet. Okay, that's kind of what I was really looking for. Alright, let's roll that. Yeah, but doesn't underwater movement speed suck? Yes. Aquatic troops can move pretty good, but our guys are pretty slow. We're only speed 9, which is pretty slow. Not a fan of picks for most underwater. Yeah, ditto. Might be a crazy idea, but if Ermor keeps leaving their coastal defended, you could go for the snipe. We can look at that. Alright, we sensed the thrones, and there was one underground. Alright, well, we're not really concerned about that. Ermor. Mainly clockwork soldiers. Interesting. I mean, we definitely could jump up here, but not. I mean, it's not super useful. If we needed this throne, yeah, but we have easy targets, so I'm not overly concerned about it. Okay, you know you're here anyways, friend. You might as well jump into this fight. I know you don't have any gems, so just water power and then advance and cast. Alright, so you guys move up. You can join us, and then we gotta put you in a spot. Agatai is his name. Agatai. Agatai. There he is. There you go. I wouldn't want him to feel left out. He did his job, so not disappointed, even if he didn't find that much. All right, castle going up. Good, good. We do have enough gems that we could search. I really don't want to do with them, though. Let's get our mage recruitment started again. And then we'll do some searching after this turn. All right, let's roll that. Come on, good throne battle. That's what I want to see. Boy, I feel like we're really clipping along tonight on these guys. It's been very smooth. All right, we found a academy underwater. So here we go. It was one away from where the event happened. So at least anecdotally, that is correct information. So that gave us a fortification and a lab and a special site. The academy underneath gives us Hydromancers, Sea Fathers, Triton Troopers, 2 water gems, and boost water ritual range by 1. So very nice site. So Hydromancer is the water 3 guy like we got. And then the Sea Father. And 2 water and he's sacred. 104. He's actually a more efficient researcher than our guys because of his sacredness. He's not as good, but he is like 84 gold cheaper on upkeep cost. I'm not overly concerned about that, but I won't say no. And we actually have a sacred here who can pop down there and build a temple for us. So, Ninola, good job. Excellent job. And let's check our throne. Whew. Deep ones for days. Should have had them on hold. Having them walk forward doesn't accomplish anything. They're going to fight before our water elementals arrive. And here they come. Okay, people like casting Geyser, it looks like. A little far back for that. I wish they would have walked forward before casting that. Alright, our water elementals make contact. Looks like we almost wrapped on that side, and we did wrap on this side. Although we're getting mighty thin right here. Not in love with that. The main bulk of our water elementals have completely trounced the front line. Yeah, Shambler Thralls, this is like a Riley unit. Nowhere near as good as ours. We're free Shamblers. We fight for what we believe in. Which is a giant crystal. Quite good. Oh, and the coward runs. Look at this coward. All those gems on him still. Yeah, he's gonna get away. Disappointing. Disappointing. Alright. That was the easier of the two, so that went about how I expected. We lost 65 warriors, and I bet you a decent chunk of that was to friendly fire. We killed 219. The Crimson Tide arrives on shore tonight. Alright, pop that. I think we're just going to take what's here, and we're just going to continue marching to the other throne. Yeah, okay. And we can stop here and refuel on gems on the way. And then we'll have reinforcements from here come up, and actually, I think I am going to fort this. And we also need to claim it. So that would be her job. Okay, please stay underwater and don't do something stupid. In fact, she actually wouldn't mind a piece of armor. What can we make her? I think maybe just a shambler. Because this gives... Oh no, this does not have head protection on it. Eh, maybe not. Sure, you can have a crown of lead. We'll make you one of those. Alright, this is... I'm going to try to save these guys if I can for our land fights. Because those will be more useful up there, I feel. And then over here... we're going to need some more leadership at our capital to pick up troops, so... we'll get this guy ready to go. Oh, and we also wanted to change our scripting. Our troops needed to be on... hold and attack. There really was no need for them to rush ahead. Maybe could have got a little less friendly fire if we didn't do that. Seafather can also bring land units underwater, apparently. Yes, he can. They have those, I don't remember the name of the ability, but air breathing thing. Let's look. This right here. Gift of water breathing, 120. Do note that just because you can breathe underwater doesn't make you a good amphibian. So you do have combat penalties. And if you're using iron, you get the rust status effect. But still, totally fine to do. I mean, if you have to get under, you have to get under. So, very nice find for a land nation, for sure. Do we have any rituals we could cast with our god? We have a nice income. Message to Crow, we could do Ascetic Records. No, not really. Alright, that's not the end of the world. Alright, all of you guys continue. What were you going to do? You were going to help build infrastructure. As were you. And actually, our scout could get started on the walls. Except for we're broke. Back off on recruiting for a second here, guys. I don't want to stop that. We'll save for a turn. Atlantis, you know, they were inspired by Ur. They really just like money. If they have it, they can spend it. Which is nice, especially on those troops that... those deep wind troops are just so efficient that you don't feel sad when you recruit those. And we could just pour those out, because we could buy the ones that only cost one resource. Very nice, very nice. Finished another castle. You can just research. He's almost preached us up to a candle. He's close. All right, we got the temple here because we were going to recruit Sea Fathers as researchers, essentially. And just chill with that. And then this guy... I think I want some more temples. He's not the guy to do it, though. I should have a Holy One do that. So he can come over here, and he'll take over preaching duties. And this guy, I think we're going to move him out. We're going to drop more temples. Nobody's coming underwater and harassing us, so I'm not too worried about losing them. And, I mean, notice still, we just barely have a band of Dominion. We have made almost no landfall with it, and we have none in this section. So, again, we could really use some more spread on that. Unexpected event? Ill omen? Don't like that. Should be nothing but good omens. Alright, and now we have to refuel our water gems. Don't know which way is faster. Maybe this is faster than clicking out. If I can remember where the next click goes. I wish there was an easy command for, like, give 2 to all. I guess that'd be still pretty finicky, even if you did something like that. Shoot. Double shoot. There. A lot of clicks. A lot of clicks. There we go. Alright. Do I think this is going to be worse? Ixtid Warriors, Mind Lord. No. I think what we did last time will suffice just fine. We also had a few reinforcements for our group. Right, actually. Take this guy out. He can just wait. Oh, that's front lock. Man, you may actually survive this war because you didn't end up as the prophet by accident. So you accidentally get to survive the Ascension War. You can come back here and we'll have you grab the land troops. And you can lead the beach invasion. Alright, you build temple. What are you doing? Also need a temple, but we're out of money. We'll do it anyways. I don't feel like we need the recruitments that bad. I would like to get a voice on the throne, because thrones always have a pretty good chance of having sights, so let's get a good search on that one at least. German, hey, glad you made it, man. It is going excellent. It is going swimmingly, as they say in Atlantis. It is only like 3 hours into stream, and we're actually taking thrones. So, very shocked. I kind of thought Atlantis was going to be quick. It was either going to be pretty quick, or it was going to be pure misery, just based on where the thrones landed and what other underwater nation I did or didn't put in game. And we got lucky on both. So, quite lucky. Throne of Death. Well, there's some of the luck ending a little bit. Ugh, that sucks. I always get the ones that give me bad effects. I never get the ones that's like, oh, when you take this throne, there's milk and honey. Such that it is. Alright, we're still going to claim it, though. 5 death gems is nothing to sneeze at. And can't afford... Yeah, I can't afford that, so I just have to wait a turn. Alright, next turn is Throne Battle number 2. Back on the home front, researching. I do think... Oh, you keep going there. Do think we want some more temples, though. We need to be the AI and just temple spam for a little bit. I am a little concerned. Was hoping we could fight on land in our own dominion, but looks like that's probably not going to work out. Try spreading it from here maybe a little more. Yeah, whatever. I also see that we have these guys still. You go grab those for me. Well, it helps we don't have another. Yeah, it really does. I don't know. I'm disappointed that they didn't land in here, but I should have known better picking the donut. What are the odds? In all my test games, I never spawned in the donut. Although one game, instead of an actual donut, somebody had taken a bite out of it. So the middle was connected to the main ocean. So that was kind of interesting. Oh, somebody else claimed the throne. Okay. It's the chieftain. I think that is a Mervani one. And of course, they get the throne of order. Because of course they do. Oh, right here. We may, we'll think about that. We'll think about that. That's all I'm saying. Alright, let's check our throne. Alright, we fixed our scripting, so it should be better now. Small boulder. Oh yeah, we were going to check that. Well, there is kelp here. It does have stats, so maybe it can be awoken? Oh yeah, ooh, that was a good first volley. Also note that as we were exploring mechanically last week, the water elementals are size 7. Our shamblers are size 4. So because they are 3 sizes bigger and not a trampler, our water elementals get to surf to the front. So he's going to push his way right to the front, which is perfect. That's one of the few things that made elementals hard to use, was they'd end up getting summoned behind your troops, and it was really hard to get them in contact with the enemy line. And with the new mechanics, you do not have that problem. I guess with the water elementals being size 7, it almost would be worth getting the smaller deep ones, because we could have a water elemental and a deep one share a square. The shambler deep ones are too big. Boy, what a meat grinder. We have done literally hundreds of magic damage in this fight. All these geysers and all those water bursts going off. I don't even know if we lost a single water elemental either. Oh, they're even throwing a little at the back line. Alright, alright. Oh, it hit him! Yeah, get out of here, Mind Lords. Shoot. My ocean. Cool. Alright, what did we actually get? The Throne of Dreams. Sloth and Magic. Interesting. That's going to take our magic to 4. I don't think I've ever been up to 4 magic. In fact, I think the only thing I've been up to 4 is like heat and growth. So that's going to give us magic resistance -2. So again, like if we could actually get our dominion to spread, we could use those magic resist spells to high effect with that much magic resistance penalty. Very good to know. Man, she took that throne too. Alright, well, I guess we are going to have a little bit of land fighty-fighty. Maybe this is our play right here. We are close to this too. Where are we at research-wise? Evo 5. So we did get Falling Frosts. Didn't get as many Acid Casters in this game as I have previously. I also didn't get, I guess, as many Kings. I probably should have those on Recruit. Repeat. Yeah, we're going to need to change up our script to hit land. So all that has to go away. Yeah. Not the biggest fan of that. We're going to have to be doing cold bolt or cold blast. We don't have any alteration buffs yet. Yeah, okay. Let's do 3 of those and then advance. And that's going to be our generic script, I think. And then we'll come back and modify. Alright, we don't have anything for him. Having water 3, maybe we can do something different. Rain. Do we have anyone who does heat stuff over here? Ermor could. Not particularly, though. So he's not going to cold bolt, though. Well, let's do one cold bolt so they get closer, and then he's going to falling frost. Oh, if you guys like friendly fire, stay tuned. Stay tuned. All right, that'll be script 2. Do we have anyone else with 3? Yes, we do. What did you pick up? Direwolf pelt. Alright, that's fine. Alright, we have like 5 cold frost or falling frost casters. That's going to be pretty sick. Alright, next up, this is an acid boy. He can't quite reach acid rain, unfortunately, but he can acid bolt. We'll do 3 of those. Acid spells are very good. I wish we had gotten a 3 water one so we could have done the AoE acid. It's kind of what I'd prefer. Here we go. Here's one that can do it. Alright, so we are going to do... What's the range on that? 30. Acid bolt. And then acid rains. Hopefully we won't get too much friendly fire on ourselves here. And this guy can do it too. That's an acid boy. I guess we also could look at doing magma on some of these guys. In fact, where are our guys that have the... You guys. Let's tell them to actually to summon Phoenix Power. And then I'm going to let them decide what they want to do with that. Just because we can. They'll use their... Not you, though. They'll use their gym to bump themselves up and make that pretty nice. They might switch over to fire spells, but that's okay. We'll just get a whole medley of stuff exploding. We also don't have a Holy 3 over here, which was kind of an oversight on my part. We need another Holy. Because we claimed this one, and now she needs to go to that one. So... Do we wait? No, it's neutral. We can at least take these first 2, and then she can catch up. We can dig in a little bit. And we need to get our land guys. We might also just do this, and then that way we could meet up with our land reinforcements. Man, I feel like this went so fast tonight. I guess that's good, because it was quite a long day, so maybe I shouldn't complain. Alright, I don't think we're going to build a lab here, so you can go home. What? Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. How did I miss that? What is going on here? He's attacking me with ghosts? That is a move. Okay. Okay, Mervani. Alright. I see what you're doing. Alright, you are gonna go relieve that. That is not cool, man. That is not cool. First you pollute my ocean and now you're haunting it? That is... wow. I'm starting to wonder if they're not working with Rex. This looks awfully suspicious to me. Alright, you guys, give me... oh, he is not a good commander. I thought they were better. Alright, that's fine. Box formation, hold an attack closest. Put him a little bit behind. Advance and cast spells. Go take care of my ghost problem, please. And in fact, we might actually bring these guys up too. That is super, super annoying. What jerks. Alright, he was going to build a temple here, but we're out of cash, so he'll have to preach. Let's roll that. Yeah, I cannot believe that. They don't even like it underwater. I don't know what they're doing. Alright. Let's just make sure we have things scripted here. Alright, she can move way up. Divine Blessing, Fanaticism, and then she'll go in and start blapping ghosts. You cast... alright, just get that out of the way. Courage, and then advance and cast. And you can do a number... no, you need underwater script, which I just got done deleting because we weren't going to use it anymore. Alright, so summon water, and then I think he's just going to have to earth or water strike. And what do we got in the castle? Oh good, we got stuff. I think we will have these guys try to break out also. Wait a minute. And now they're gone? Oh, they went back to land. You cowards. You cowards. Alright, well, we're still going to bring the reinforcements over here so that we're prepared when they do that again. She, however, is going to reroute to what she was supposed to be doing, which was taking that. I'm quite annoyed by that, actually. Alright, let's check our throne... or no, this is just a landfall. Let's see how much friendly fire we end up doing. Alright, well, we blew the crap out of a bush. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. The accuracy, though. Oh my goodness. Please don't kill half my troops here. Oh, Keys. Rex! His spirit haunts us to this day. Oh, and they got bumped off their throne? No, not that fight. No, what happened over there? Something. We didn't see it. Oh no, they caught our guy, right? I have no idea what just happened here. I know there was a fight, but I don't have... Oh, there it is. Oh, man. So it was him with his god. She got curves. They took a region. Oh, no, I think that's her on her naturally. Kind of want to fight this army. We may take one throne here and then sail across and take that one, just because they started it. All right, so we've got Bear Tribe Warriors and Light Cav. I'm not particularly worried about that. Over here, getting another mother, getting our land troops ready, and Flintlock was going to take those. He is raring to go. Let's get him in position for a landfall. Okay, so this is going to be throne battle number 3. And like we saw with that previous battle, I think this is, as long as we don't hit ourselves too many times, this will be a pretty easy fight. And we're going to have to chill here for a minute until we get a Holy 3 over to claim it. So we probably will want to fort it. Let's hold off. We need to save a little bit of money here. Turn off some of this recruitment from the far-flung spots. AI's right. Yeah. I have to say, the AI, well, you know, and still definitely not perfect. It's nowhere near as passive as it tended to be in Dom 5. Like, if you had a good army, it would just sit there and watch you. In this one, it seems to do stuff. Like, I would have had to respond to that, and he was smart enough actually to pull away, because with my magic spears, we would have just completely impaled those ghosts. We are not afraid of those ghosts, as it turns out. And here's another person claiming a throne. All right, I don't want to spoil it, so let's watch our fight. But I do want to say, like, I've seen people posting that, like, oh, the AI doesn't do anything. It just sits there and doesn't claim thrones. Well, it does. So unless you rolled passive AIs, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the AI is out there doing stuff. Now, it doesn't always do the best thing, but it's out there trying. You know, it's living its best life. Oh, yes. This is the Atlantis we love. Just pouring acid from the skies. And then ice. Lots of ice. Alright, now our mages are going to start getting kind of tired, though. We're in rounds 3. Okay, we summoned a fire elemental for some random reason. Oh! Oh, it's so good! I love Atlantis magic. How many nations can do falling fires, acid rain, and falling frosts? Oh, there's some friendly fire. Got one into him. But notice we didn't die, because with our protection 9 and cold resist, falling frost actually isn't that bad, or falling fire for that matter. The acid would still be pretty painful, but it's not too bad for us. Okay, there's another friendly fire. I would say success. I'm not disappointed. We didn't kill more than a couple guys because we kept hitting ourselves with spells we were resistant to. Look, even there, we just had a victory immolation of our front line, and no one died. The spirit of Rex haunts us to this day. All right, we lost one troop. Just so I can prove I'm not full of crap when I say that we're not doing that much friendly fire. All those friendly fire incidents, and we lost one troop. So I just want that pointed out. And now we get to fight Sarmatia attacking our throne. This is another nation I really want to play. They have some really, really powerful cavalry. My only complaint about them, so they use the magic tattoos like Merverni does, right? So if you awaken this, you get limited invulnerability, and then depending on your tattoo, you get some bonuses. So like, these ones are horse tattoos, they get defense and speed. But they don't appear to apply to the horse. So who cares what your speed is when you're riding a horse? Because this isn't increased. I guess this one's not blessed or awakened, so that doesn't fully count, but I need to test that, because if this doesn't affect your mount, it's worthless. They need to give the tattoos to the mounts. Like, I could totally see cannibal women cavalry tattooing their horses. And same thing with their sacreds. Their sacreds, have the same problem. So they have magic horse tattoos, magic snake tattoos, so pretty good. You check the lizard, no tattoo. So that sucks. So get on that, Winner. Let's get that fixed. Magic tattoos for mounts. There's always that clinching moment when you see those big spells go in, even when you're not too worried about them. That's actually not bad. We only had like 2 big whiffs. Round 5, we're going to go off script here momentarily. We didn't even get our alteration research done, so we don't even have buffs to go off script particularly. Just temper armors. You know, I think I've really convinced myself this past week. I think early age Atlantis is a good starter beginner nation. This is simpler than playing middle age Ulm. I don't have to worry about crossbows. I don't have to worry about cavalry. I make dudes and then they bite things, and I make mages and they can all cast some sort of water spell. Like, that seems very newbie friendly. Am I crazy here? Do you guys think Atlantis is hard? Plus, we can go above water and below water, so you don't have to worry about, like, not being able to get somewhere, like an underwater throne or something. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. We lost 20... No, we lost 5. They lost 25. So they did kill more than the throne did. So good on them there. Those were probably arrow kills, if I had to guess. Yep, from their raiders. Composite bows are pretty dang nice in the early age. Okay, well, let's pump in PD, and it's going to be garbage PD. Perfect. Perfect. And Vukran, he got a limp. That sucks, but he's chugging. He's fine. Build me a palisade. Because our queens have not arrived. I don't think she's going to be able to make that jump. I think she's going to go here, here, and then here. But whatever. Alright. Let's slow these guys down, and let's get kings on our beat. And on this side... let's raid them. They started it. That's all I have to say. And from here, we can attack the throne. If it's easy, we might just do it. If it's hard, we'll just slink back into the water. Alright, this was the ghost-busting crew. We're actually going to have them patrol. If they try to be smart like that again, going to get got. And you retreated for some reason. He must have got friendly fired. Yeah, just hop up here. Yeah, we already looked at Throne of Dreams. What's our new one? Crystal Throne. Okay, yeah, I like Crystal Throne quite a lot. Crystal Mages. That breaks us into Glamour, if we had it. That breaks us into Kobolds. That's pretty nice. Alright, and everybody else is going to search. Why not? He retreated too. Man, we had several people retreat. A little worried about our cowardism problem, but We won, so I'm not going to hold it against them. Oh, would you look at this, guys? Oceania is attacking Ermor. So they did do something. I kind of figured they would just sit in their lake the entire game. And it looks like Ermor's lost a lot of troops, so they must have a pretty good fight on their hands. Mikland here, even my Dominion is pushing in, possibly pushing his back. So classic. See what people are saying here. Bulkier troops are always easier. Humans are squishy and need buffs. I agree. That is why I started with a lot of the giant nations, beyond them just being cool. But I think Atlantis is kind of a middle ground. Other than the Coral Guard, we're not really using high protection. They have protection 9 on those deep ones that we're using. Boots of the Messenger. Oh, yeah, that would have been good. Good call on that. Okay, she can go here and then pick them up. Forge item. Who has the paths I need? Why am I blanking? Well, I'm thinking of it also. Okay, I am obviously crazy here. What is my command to look at those? We want to... Categories, no. View all items, Control A. Oops. We also could do long striders. We can't see them because they're construction 5 and we're only at construction 3. Okay, I'm not completely crazy. Good to know. But we could do long striders with one of our Jades. Where are we at on this? Evo 6. And we were going up to that because... Why were we going up to Evo 6? We had a reason. Magma eruption was the reason. Do still kind of want that. Let's shift. We will go ahead and we'll grab construction. Excuse me. We'll grab construction and then we'll go to alt just in case, but I don't think we're going to get that. So Queen moves here. We forge boots. She equips boots. Yeah, that's fine. Good call on that, though. That is always a good thing to do, is get your Holy Threes with more mobility. And since we can't teleport or anything with the Queens... Yeah, and we're going to be a while, too. This one's coming to take that throne. Yeah. We'll be here rolling a few turns. Good call on that, Phil. Trip, Oceania. Yeah, Oceania is doing really good. I would not have expected that. I would have given Ermor the advantage on that. But we also don't know what Ermor's been doing. They might have been fighting with Mikland and Sarmatia. Oh, and Sarmatia is not happy. Were they hydrating me? What are you doing? Oh, okay. It's going to be super annoying if they actually take something. Okay, our land raid. This is a victory, but frankly, I just want to watch it. All right. So a couple rounds of sustained combat, and these guys are already up to fatigue 18. That's the holdback on these guys. So if you're counting on these guys to be your main killie force, they're going to wear themselves out too fast. But if you're using them to have a solid front line that's got a hat, that's got a shield, that has armor, and maybe the bonus of the poison barbs, very good choice. That glaive is also a serious weapon. You will get a few hits in before you wear yourself out. All right, moo. Are you literally just sending a billion Mound Kings at me? Alright. This one is not. Oh, good hits in there. I think we might actually need to send some more troops up here. Oh, good hit there. I don't know about you guys, but I always find those so satisfying. And there's always this like moment where you're like, oh, is it gonna hit me or is it gonna hit them? And then when you actually land that like a good one right here, yeah, like that. So satisfying. Alright, that's our victory. What did we lose on that, though? We killed 100 and lost 9. Alright. Devil's Pond. More Mountain Kings. Alright. Did they take that? Yes, they actually did. Alright, so we need to bump. All these were just sitting at 6. And those junky undead, we can actually beat those with Shamblers of the Deep, so I can switch to those finally for something. Feel bad. I was like totally jonesing to use those guys, and they've been completely useless because of what we've been fighting. All right, and if we're digging in here, we're digging in here, so we'll start building a temple. All right, she's moving up. Oh, nice. We got a nature 2. Let's give her a hammer. And then we are going to forge. Ranger boots also wouldn't be bad, but, well, maybe we do the Ranger boots. I guess we're not going to have reinvigoration problems on our queens. This would be more for the kings. Long Striders gives her map move. That's probably better. And then, what are you? Just chilling? Alright, and then he has not much here. Oh, the god's here, though. Alright, well, we're definitely not killing that god with these guys, so back in the water. We'll do it here, so we could threaten the other fort if we want to. Alright, I do think we are going to send reinforcements. Because we're going to have to hold that fort for a while we do one more throne battle with our main mages. Still, pretty good. We haven't really had any crushing defeats. We've had a few losses, but nothing crazy. Man, Sarmatia is really pissed. They're the ones that bounced off of me, I'd like to point it out. I did not attack them. This really could go either way. I think we win this with the heavies, although maybe not. We're gonna run out of ammo. Coralguard gets involved. Oh, but he is no hero. Not like our national hero. Oops. Disappointing there. Okay, they retake that. Yeah, they bounced off here. Good. Oh man, they were just pouring out now. Dang it. This is not what I wanted. We are actually going to send in firepower here. We'll send in one mage with him. I just don't want these guys running around decapping everything that we've done. And to that, I think we're going to go up a little higher on that one than this one. All right, and over here, we can give her boots and the crown. And, I mean, you might as well take some Amazons with you. Cast Blessing, and then whatever. Yeah, double line. We'll keep them kind of in reserve. Fill any gaps. Hold an attack closest. Okay, so 1 turn, 2 turns, she can claim that. 1 turn, she can claim that. I think we have to go, as much as I want to go fight Mervoni, I think we need to go through Sarmatia and force some fights here so they can't just attack us everywhere. So we gotta wait a turn or two to do that, though. And you can forge. Let's grab some Ranger boots. Why not? We got nature income. I'm not gonna do anything else with it. All right, we're gonna raid again. Keep preaching. So far, at least, we haven't had as big of a upset as we did with poor Arcus of Folly losing our prophet right at the finish line. Hopefully, we will not have a repeat of that. All right, more of their junky undead. Now, luckily for us, not those guys, these guys have our basalt spears, which are magic damage. So these shades, which otherwise might be pretty iffy, won't matter as much. We have magic weapons, so we go right through their ethereal. Yep. Just like that. So there we go. We even got use out of our expensive magic weapons. And I feel like our non-spear shamblers with that many attacks will be pretty good against the junky undead. Very good, very good. Yeah, a lot of nations try to expand underwater with undead. We did a little of that, I think, in the Ulm stream. Because it's an easy way to do. If you have some death, you can go underwater. But they're not good underwater troops. So things like us who belong here, we're having none of that. We're having none of that at all. Alright, did we catch anything? No, just PD. Then we are going to immediately jump back in the ocean. And we're just going to play that game with them. Although, I think I'm going to save the money. Alright, she's moving up. She is claiming. Is my reinforcements coming? Very cool. Alright, and you guys did not get a chance to move because you bumped those, but that's okay. We'll attack here. Look at this. The second we lose control, trolls take over the Devil's Pond. These Sarmatians don't even know how to rule the waves. Well, we will teach them. We will teach them. All right, as we're closing in towards victory here, guys, if you haven't left a like yet, please do. That really helps other people get the stream suggested to them. I'm very happy with people's enjoyment of this, and I just want to keep expanding that and showing that to more and more people. So if you've enjoyed it, I would appreciate if you could leave a like on that. Anything to massage the algorithm, because The algorithm does not love gaming, unfortunately. It is not what YouTube would like to push. And I think we all do enjoy it, so sharing that with as many people as we can. All right, we got our evocation to 6, so we are rocking and rolling on that. Bubbles, Queen Prophet of the claim the throne of, which one was that? Throne of Dreams. And Kira, the one who contains everything, she who is the mountain, the most high, mistress of disease, queen of the city of the dead, has claimed the inner throne. I'm guessing that's Sarmatia god? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Aggressive AIs this time around, that's for sure. Alright, they're poking us over here. I think we are going to go relieve that. We arrived here, so now we can claim. That's throne 3. Where are we on building our palisade? 1 turn. Perfect. Perfect. She claimed that, so she can head somewhere. I think she goes here. Yeah, she was already scripted because we thought she was going to fight ghosts at one point. What can you do? Eagle eyes, personal bark skin, and then whatever. Alright, and we will have these ones break siege, so we'll have some mage support there. I think one of our big advantages is just we have such powerful magic compared to what the AI is doing. I haven't really seen them do anything impressive this game. Alright, what do we want to do over here? Maybe we start circling these guys for this throne. Yeah, we'll get in position for that. Because I would like to use these guys. Kind of disappointed that we got them all and have not been able to use them. Alright, how are we doing? We're doing okay. I don't think we're doing 90 trolls okay, though. So maybe we just patrol this and defend it for a moment. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Let's check in on our god and see if we've unlocked any new ritual spells that would be useful. Messenger crows, not really. Mind hunt? Well, we'd probably end up feeble-minding ourselves. We could do Wrath of God. 70 astral pulse. We can Wrath of God. Okay. The crystal, we'll do some alchemy. We're going to turn some fire gems into astral. And we are going to Wrath of God. There we go. I guess I should have shown off what that actually does. So, Wrath of God, global enchantment. With this enchantment, lightning will strike the enemies of the god, no matter where they are. However, the lightning bolts strike most powerfully in provinces where the god has strong dominion. In provinces with high turmoil scales, more thunderbolts strike. Enemies underwater or inside caves are not affected. So if we get invaded underwater, it doesn't help us, but we have a small chance, because we don't have a lot of land dominion, to hit them with 9 armor negating shock damage. So, get off my lawn, basically. Get off my beach. Okay, she's here. Just double checking. She's claiming. Moving up to help relieve. Moving into position for throne. Alright, we are closing in here, guys. Closing in here. Was doing some browsing of item lists, and apparently there's a ring that helps you patrol, but also makes your leader paranoid. He can get an extra 5 bodyguards because of constant worrying. Interesting. I wonder, is it expensive or high level? Because that sounds like something that might be good on blood hunters. If you're a nation that has like really expensive blood hunters, the extra bodyguards would really help with that. And we have a super chat from German Kraut. A little something for the Atlantean Armed Forces. I will buy one of them a hat with that money. Thank you very much, German. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, I am super happy with Atlantis. I have really enjoyed this. It has been so much fun this well, the testing was last week, but I did do one refresher game yesterday just to make sure I remembered what to do and wasn't in total Baratos mode. Alright, we got our Wrath of God up. Our Jade Sorceress. Who are you? Oh, you're the Underwater Searcher. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright, check our battles here. I don't think we're going to struggle with this. I think it's just some random... Well, more than I thought would be here. Including their other Sacred Cav. Shock resistance, fire resistance, larger unaging. Does Sarmatia have old? Is there Witch King old or something? I don't think that's particularly useful for them. Larger... Yeah, larger's fine. They go up to size 5. So, still can fit 2. And their Serpent's actually okay. A 13 attack poison bite, and it's a pretty nasty poison bite. Pretty good. I guess I'm glad I brought the extra mage support here. Didn't think it was necessary, but that's not something you want to underestimate. Yeah, look at that. Squink. There goes my front line. Unfortunately, the lizards are cold-blooded, so those ice bolts that we're throwing are not healthy for them. So that worked out okay. Somebody's awakening tattoos, so there's the AI actually doing it. I wonder who actually got it. Alright. How many people are we going to lose to the lances in the back round? I kind of feel like if you don't move, you should not get the lance charge bonus. I guess you could consider it like they're setting pikes, like anchoring them down for the charge to defend themselves, but I don't know. That's not really how lances work. Alright, and that's them just taking it back. Yeah, we knew they were going to do that. Alright, do we have any to pick up while we're here? We do. Flintlock is going to make it to the final battle. Oh, and we're going to have to siege it, too. Gross. Okay, our first fort is up here. We are rolling out. We're going to leave this guy here, and he is going to continue the fortress. And let's see what we can actually recruit here. Complete garbage. Perfect. Spear and a javelin, or a hatchet. Alright, spear and a javelin it is. That is not what I particularly like to see. I think we're going to take this guy to that fort. If this one falls, I don't care, but if we lose this one, we lose the throne. So we'll reinforce with that army. And in fact, we'll reinforce with all of these, I think. And then the main army, minus one guy, will move up. So 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. A little bit of sieging. But we'll have Sergeant here with the main reinforcements. Alright, any other rituals we can cast? Arcane Probing. Not really. A lot of these rituals can't be cast underwater. That's why they're grayed out, even though we can afford them. But I'm not overly concerned about that. He wasn't really made for that. He was made for scales. And actually, while I'm thinking about it, do we have any kings? We do. Alright, you guys and you join Flintlock, and you're all going to march up there. You know what? We might actually give these guys some earth gems. And we will have them do some earth elemental summoning. And that will help us get in the doorway if we actually end up having to fight at the gates of that fortress. So we will cast Summon Earth Power, and then Earth Elementals. We'll tell them 2, and then they can do whatever. They'll probably tucker themselves out before they get much further than that. That'll be nice. That'll help us get in that front door if they packed it full of units. Because it is going to take us a second to get there. And it's going to be pretty obvious where we're going. Only 5 air gems, Ring of Warning. Oh, Ring of Warning. Okay, that's not a new item. I remember that one. But I think it's been buffed. Because I seem to remember it only was like assassination attempt defense or something. Lesser magic item. That is not bad. I'm going to have to remember that on Baratos. Because we have air and we have blood hunters. Having some extra bodyguards might be worth it. Especially if we have to do blood hunting with a metal cart. Or a bride in waiting. Actually, that might also be good if you're death site searching. Because there seems to be a lot of death sites that trigger assassination events, too. Elfbane? Yeah, Elfbane's another one that existed. Although I don't know if it killed them instantly. I think it was a save or die. A lot of that's just because they're so specific, right? Like, it's the same thing with, like, great swords of sharpness. Like, nobody talks about this item right here. But if you have to fight an enemy rock god, this will help you so much. 3 or 4 thugs with this will really help you chop into that. Or, I don't think we have it, but there's like some shatter hammers and things. Like, there's a lot of items that are very powerful, but they're very specific. But, yeah, in the right circumstances, that can make a huge difference. And speaking of a huge difference, here's their main army. How are we looking here? Still okay, I would say. I'm almost wondering if we should try to take this fight, because we could reinforce from down here. I think we do. I think one way or the other we have to take this fight, so we might as well take it now on our terms. Alright, our Earth Elementals, though, are not going to be able to push to the front of our line, because they have trample. So we got to do a little bit of maintenance here. I think what we'll do is we'll do this. And we'll put our earthy boys towards the front a little bit. Nope, not you, Queen. So their earth elementals can hopefully slip out the sides before the main warriors move forward. I think that'll be fine. I hope we catch them here. I hope we I don't know what the turn order is on that. Is it random who gets to move first? I'm not 100% certain. Because we do the movement in the same phase, so we may or may not catch them here. Okay, what else we got? This is some of our reinforcements arriving. We'll build a lab just in case we have to, like, summon reinforcements with Conjuration. And all of you guys reinforce. Okay, so we're not going to lose this. Once those guys arrive, we'll be just fine. We'll get the scout moving up a little closer. I would like to thank Saromacia for making the end of this stream a little bit more of a blast. It really feels like the AI knows when you're getting close to a throne victory. Have you guys noticed in all these streams, when we get 2 or 3 thrones, all of a sudden one of the AI is like, oh, wait. No, actually, don't do that. I wonder if that's the case or if it's just random. Like, it just happens to happening. Because I'm totally not doing that on purpose. Like, I'm going for the victory here. I want to go to bed. But it just seems like every week, when we get to that right towards the victory point, the AI is like, nope. Actually, you have to defeat my army. Alright, Swamp probably tells me that we did not clash with that. Because this is that army, or at least some of it. Alright, well that's obviously their win. Let's see what we did catch. No! Okay, we did catch most of it. Let's slow our roll here. Yeah, I wish this wasn't their target with that. That's kind of a waste. There we go. Oh. So another thing, I don't think I showed this. When you hit something with an acid spell, they can... I think their equipment gets a save, or maybe it only gets a save if it's magic. But you can hit them with the rusty equipment modifier, like Long Dead have. So if you hit this piece, you can actually break the armor off easy. So that is one thing you can do to heavy armored troops if you're really struggling with them. If you can get some sort of acid spell or rust spell, you can hit them with that, and then a good bump with one of your troops and their armor will break. Okay, which could throw the acid bolt here? That's not even trying. That's not even remotely near the enemy. I see our Earth Elemental got stuck. See, right here? That really, really nerfs... Oh, jeez. That really, really nerfs them compared to Water Elementals. Because the Water Elementals could make it to the front and fight, but because these guys have trampling, they can't move through our own troops. This guy got in, at least. Where's the ones on this side? Okay, they did make it to the fight. Not bad. Oh, jeez! Alright, I think we might have been infiltrated by Rex. This is getting mighty suspicious after all of our good fights, where we weren't having this problem. And all of a sudden, when we're right at the finish line... Alright, what do they got left? Well, they actually still have a decent amount. Okay, so I do want to point out here, so that Falling Frost here, that is way further than 30 squares. That's from one of our kings with the Combat Farcaster. So that's why I went with that on their Bless. Even though, you know, we only have a couple kings here, so we're not getting very much out of our Bless. It is pretty good to be able to hit, I mean, this guy's probably the closest, all the way over here with a Falling Frost. So, can be quite nice to have that. If our normal Mages of the Deep were sacred, these guys would be ridiculous. Because I'd put the same Bless on them. And then they could be chucking all their stuff all the way across the battlefield from turn 1. And the fact that we can get the Recruit Anywhere Underwater Mages up to Water 3 for Falling Frost would make that just incredible. I notice our Holy Three's leading the charge. That's a little worrisome. Alright. That was alright. That was fine. Wrath of God has wounded 49 heretics and killed 21. That's right. Don't mess with the Dark Crystal. Random event, more ill omens. Disease is spreading. We're under siege. We killed some guys. And we're starving. Ugh. Ugh. Don't like that. Not much I can do about that, though, unfortunately. Oops. Can you... Too late now, I suppose. But out of curiosity. Forge. We could do wineskins? Yeah, it's 3 nature to do the cauldron. We don't have high enough magic to get the thistle mace. Let's empower. Why not? We have the nature gems. We could do a cauldron broth or 2. Won't matter though, because we'll win once we take this. What were our actual losses on that fight? I'm getting ahead of myself here. Not that one. This one. All right. We lost 20. Mostly Warriors of the Deep, which is what we'd expect. That's kind of our front line. They lost 106. In fact, now that I say that, though, they shouldn't be our front line. Shouldn't we have... You guys should have been the front line. Oh, I moved them because we needed the thinner line to get Earth Elementals out. And we also knew that these guys were not in the right position, so they need to go a little farther forward. This is really dangerous, by the way. For a 600-something gold mage to be out front. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just accept that the Earth Elementals or whatever. In fact, he's out of gems. They're all out of gems. Okay. Yeah, come back to safety. You guys are very expensive. Let's fix their scripts. You. No. Instead, why don't you summon Earth Power? Oh, they're totally going to go to Blade Wind. Why don't you do Soldiers of Steel? You guys love that spell. You guys absolutely love that spell. In fact, you could do that too. And then we will just make sure that they're getting... Yeah. That'll make our heavy armor troops 20, I believe. So that'll make them very heavy. All right, and back here, she's going to preach. Of course, she's the one that ended up stealing a cold and a broth. Not somebody, you know, in the front that would have helped. Whatever. You guys, we actually don't want to patrol. I actually want to hide in the fort. So we're going to do preachings, weights, and like research. I don't want to be outside the walls. Because all we have to do is survive. Just not let them take the fort to win. Hopefully we'll crack this in one turn. We have pretty good siege power. These guys have 2.3 siege strength. I think these guys are probably the same. 2.9. So we'll probably insta-pop that fort. Or if not, then like one turn. Let's see. I eagerly await a heavy thug run when we play giants. Yeah, I do like thugs. I tend to find item management a little tedious on stream, but it's not miserable. No one's complained, so I guess maybe that's just a me thing. In fact, no one's really made any complaints, so I don't know if people are just being nice or everyone's been very constructive on their criticism. So thank you to everyone who's left those nice comments. Claim throne. You know what? We actually need to check the throne situation because we are not the only one in the running here. Sauromatia is also at 3 thrones. Just saying. Yeah. So again, whoever's posting on the forums that the AI doesn't claim thrones, you guys have my evidence here. 4 hours of it. I have not been sitting here passively. I've been actively fighting for the victory. And we have an AI here that is also close. If we hadn't taken this, she would have just won the game. This was her 4th throne. So she has 1, 2, 3. Where's her last one? Oh no, she has 3. So this would have been number 4. Wow, I didn't even realize she was that close. So there's the proof. The AI can actually fight. You could lose to the AI. This is just normal. I didn't turn up the difficulty. I don't think we've played particularly bad or anything. We've maybe made some flavorful choices, not been like totally focused on the victory, but yeah. All right. Enough complimenting the AI. Let's stomp their teeth in. We did pop the fortification instantly. We have really good siege strength. That's another thing about Atlantis. We could pop out of the ocean, insta-pop a fort, and then take it in 2 turns. So if you're building forts near the ocean and you're fighting a water nation, you need to have defenders in your forts. Do not count on 3 or 4 turns of human speed sieges, because it's not going to happen. This isn't even like a huge army or anything. This is some Amazons and then 2 groups. So nothing crazy whatsoever here. And let's actually have her. No, she was going to do broth, although, again, not really going to matter. Build us a castle. Nice. We were well defended there. There's no way they're going to be able to siege us out before we pop this. Do want to look at that again. Okay, so they got Throne of Bureaucracy. Dominion gets Order +1. They get the Dominion Conflict bonus. That's harming us a lot. So Dominion Conflict bonus is when your Dominion and an enemy Dominion are rolling against each other, they get a +1 to that roll. That is a very powerful bonus. That's very rare. There's only a couple things in the game that do that. And they get the PD conscription. I like that ability. I hate paying for PD. And then they got Inner Throne, which gives Blood Slaves and Earth. Very good combo. And more Order. Wow, they could be on Order 4 if they had started with that. I think they junked their scales, but still. And then Magic +1. And we got Throne of Death that gives us death scales that we don't want. We got Crystal, which gave us a good mage, but the game was basically over, so we haven't used it. And Throne of Dreams, which Sloth isn't good for us, but we have troops that are fine with that. And Magic +1. So we should see... Yeah, Order 2, Sloth 1, Growth 1, Luck 2, Magic 4... Research +4, Unrest +1 to 5 per month, rare horror marks. So this is the, if your scales go too positive, they actually become bad. Because normally Magic does not give you Unrest. And Unrest 1 to 5 a month is a lot. Like, 10 PD gets rid of 1 Unrest. So you'd have to patrol this down. And horror marks... Usually games don't go long enough for them to matter, but when they do, they really matter. Like when your god or your prophet gets horror marked. I don't think we've had anyone catch one yet. That is super interesting. So, in addition to that, even though it doesn't say that there, at 2 magic, you get -1 magic resistance stat in your own territory, and at 4 we should see -2. So if we check this guy out, yeah, magic scales -2 for my resistance. So he should have 17 magic resistance, and instead we only have 15. So that's interesting. That also means that if you're playing somebody who gets banished a lot, like, I don't know, Therados, Lanka, Middle Age Ermor, Late Age Lemuria, maybe Drain Scales, and maybe -4 Drain Scales to really give yourself a ton of magic resist could be a thing. Could be a thing. Let's see. Another nice friendly fire incident. It looks like Rex has possessed one of the mages. Dude, I think he like killed one of our mages and he's wearing their skin. You can't trust that guy. Boo babble boo, there I complained. That was the nicest complaint, Trip, thank you. Looks like you donated some money in German. A step closer to the new monitor. The microphone has to be first. I had some recording issues, and I don't know if it was my mic or my OBS, but it made me very nervous. Luckily, it was just recording like a 2-minute segment that I skipped when I was making the main recording, because once I normally start recording, I do it in one long session and then edit it down. And if I did an entire like 2 hours of recording, I would be very sad if I had to do that twice. A little too much magic. Clearly, you shouldn't be breaking the natural law. Who says? I am the Pentacreator. I decide what the natural law is here around here. When I'm in charge, there's going to be no penalties to Magic 4. Mark my words. Okay, let's see how we actually did. So this should be us attacking the fort. I can't imagine they had much left after what we just fought. Nope. Yep. There's gonna be a lot of friendly fire here, I have a feeling, in a second. Oh, what a nice mage group. They chose not to kill like 50 of my own troops. That was kind of them. Okay, the Blade Wind, maybe not. It is really nice that these frontline troops have the fire and cold resist. That's really what's keeping them from taking a lot of that friendly fire. Alright, and we're through. Wrath of God wounded 38 heretics and killed 24. You'll love to see it. Conjuration rituals cheaper this month. Interesting. We're under siege at the swamp, which doesn't matter. This is an AI mistake. They shouldn't siege me here. This fort means nothing. They should be sieging me here, because this was their victory chance. Was being the operative word. Alright. 50 PD, and Lagash, the Basalt Queen, gets the honor of claiming the final throne. Everyone else can patrol. Cool, cool. Well, we didn't make it to the monster fish, unfortunately. That was up here. We could have gotten close. I feel like if maybe we were fighting Oceania, we would have got that. Because our evocation, a lot of these spells are not underwater. Like, very, very few of these are usable. So we probably wouldn't have climbed this first. We probably would have gone Conj 6. Thaumaturgy doesn't have much for water, underwater. Enchantment. Enchantment does have something really good. Friendly Currents makes it so that you get less fatigue and you move further underwater, and it's a battlefield wide. And there's also... Is it this one? Yeah, it gives water shield to units, which is +5 defense. So for our Shambler boys here, these guys, imagine if these guys had 5 extra defense. This isn't a good example because they have a lot of... Hold on, let's get a a troop that is not that experienced. This guy. So imagine adding 5 extra defense here. So you'd have 14 defense with 9 protection. You know, you could add like Stone Skin, that'd take you up to 12 protection. Very good troop. Very good troop. And even this guy, same thing. 12 defense, 12 protection. That'd make him a very solid troop. Okay, and I think that's going to be it, guys. I think that's victory. No monster fish Sag. Well, you know, when we rule the world, we'll just release them into the oceans. It's fine. New Alpha Predator. Alright, we claimed the throne. I didn't notice before, our last title is Banner of Victory. That's very fitting. Alright, they tried to battle. Let's see. Okay, so they did try to stop us. And it's literally not going to matter, though. But good on them for actually trying. They realized that that was my victory, I think. That was a horrible friendly fire right there. God, so satisfying to see just all the Atlantean forces just pouring over. I love these guys. Alright, event in Atlantis. Now that I'm God, the bureaucracy's here, you know, as it always is. New famous hero. Alright, so we did not make it through the whole game with a surviving prophet, but prophet number 2 survived, and Sergeant Flintlock survived because I accidentally didn't make him the prophet. So, minor victory, I suppose? I don't know how to interpret that. And there is our victory. So, very happy, very happy. If you guys, you know, for people, I heard a lot of people ask for underwater, and I had a lot of people say, oh, I don't like playing underwater. Try Atlantis. I mean, like, seriously, these guys are fun. And the battles underwater against indies feel different. It's very, like, brutal. Like, there's a lot of shanking going on in the shallows. Like, you don't mess with Shark Tribe. And, yeah, it's quite good. And it's fun being able to pop in and out of the water and raid the coast. We got to do that a little bit here. I almost wish I had put this on 5 throne victory. That was because this went so dang fast. Jeez, it's not even midnight here. That's unusual for my stream. But yeah, that could have been pretty interesting because Mervani, look how wide his coast is, and we could have been raiding this whole coast. Like from this one province, we could hit him here, here, or here. From over here, 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 here. Like, it is so ridiculously hard to defend against underwater attacks because of that. So quite interesting there. So, thank you everyone. That was a fun one, and chat was popping tonight. Quite enjoyable. Let's see what people have to say here before we end. We'll wind down a little bit. See if there's anything people want to see before I close out the game. Local God rambles on about how high amounts of magic and random cosmic horror attacks are actually pretty cool. No. See, it's the high levels of magic do not affect your health, and anything otherwise is rumors and slanders by evil pretender gods. Trust in the dark crystal. Trust in the dark crystal. GG, nice run. Thank you. You've saved the fish people from exile in Alaska. Well, they don't even get to go to Alaska in Middle Age. They get to live in a cave with Zabulba. So, that's got to be like some zany roommate hijinks when the bat people that love blood sacrifices and the Atlantean antediluvian fishmen have to share a cave. It's quite the odd couple. It's a rom-com, Didn't do too well in theaters, though, so I don't think you'll see a sequel. They moved to Alaska. Hey, bruh, you can always watch the stream later. It should be up. I haven't had any complaints about streams not working. The chat replay seems to work, so it'll all be there. I don't know if anyone got back to you about the Barge of Heavens title, but it's Astral 4 Water 2. Oh, nice. I'm so torn. I know there's a list of those, but I kind of enjoy guessing. So it's kind of nice here where I get to have my fun of guessing, and then I have people who are willing to look it up, like give us the answer. So I do think someone mentioned that a while back, but yeah, that was a pretty cool one. I guess it kind of makes sense, like the heaven from the astral and the barge for the water for the boat. So makes sense. Awesome stream, good game. Thank you very much, Graveyard. Underwater factions are fun, but fighting them as Land Nation, yes. And a very appropriate name, Pyrrhic Victory, for talking about land nations fighting water nations, because that's what it is. It's totally Pyrrhic. Because we could have built another fort here and another fort here. So we could have probably had another 1,000 plus income. And every one of our forts can build all of our good troops. So we could have just literally been pouring out of the ocean. And I would have made a strong play, like right here probably, to get into this ocean. And we could have had 2 or 3 castles down here. So Atlantis or any other water nation that can get on land easy it is hell for land nations to fight. But it's pretty fun if you're the water nation. So, all right. I am exhausted and my voice is starting to go, so maybe we did luck out that this was a little bit of a shorter one. Thank you everyone who tuned in this week. I've already mentioned it, but next week's we're going to do Baratos. We're going to do some blood hunting and demon summoning. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe because you're not going to want to miss that. It's going to be fun. We have cool troops. We have cool summons. We use Bride in Waiting, who are like Machaca queens in exile. Very, very cool nation if you've never checked out Baratos. We sail, so, we'll teach Vanheim about the power of sailing and friendship. Maybe not so much on the friendship. No, bro, I don't think that was it. I think Atlantis is just that good. Okay, well, like I was saying, thank you, everyone. German, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you to Bruh for the super chat last week. And thank you to, I believe it was Slick that left the super thanks. All very, very appreciated and heading towards that new microphone. So looking forward to it. All right, everyone have a fun and safe and great week. Go out and build something. That is the way you can repay Babel Builder and increase his power. And I will see everyone next week. Good night.